Take the capsules and
What? Oh,
Yeah, you guys thought we were adapting the search. It's the search for what happened to the Book 4 channel.
oh yeah, we just all disappeared, never to meet again.
Oh no.
yeah.
You all should treasure this moment while you had it, because eventually you will stop having these moments. Anywho,
Wait, why am I working so hard on the search if we're not doing it? What's happening? No one told me.
no. We still want you to have all your passion into it. We just don't want anyone to see it.
Ever again?
Blame Curtis's wordplay.
Alrighty then. So
we just don't want
Contradictory.
anyone else to be any of your passion after a time after this.
something like that. Anyways, hello, our dear viewers, our dear Book 4, The Restoration Project viewers. Welcome to the finale of our Book 1 Water Watch Along. Going through, we got the usual crew here. From the top, Adam, you go.
Hey, it's me, Adam. I'm Hotun in the Book 4 project.
He's also the official Hotan guy.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Indeed.
who else? No one, there's no other official Hotun work. It's just the one I was in, as far
Yeah,
as I know.
so you're the official Hotan. There's literally no other way to say it.
Yes.
Yeah, stop trying to add a disclaimer every time someone says it, because it's
We'll
a fact.
destroy you with facts and logic.
Oh dang, dang, Cade, you've done two references from the same guy in a week.
Let's
Are you
say-
sure you're okay?
Okay, not
let's
okay.
say,
wait,
let's
not
say,
allowed to
let's
reference
say
the same thing.
hypothetically, I was the voice of Hotan.
Wait, hold on. Curtis,
No,
since when am
abort,
I not
abort.
allowed to reference the same guy more than once? Who made that law?
Personally,
It's not any guy. It's this particular guy.
No, I agree. I think he shouldn't be allowed to talk at all. Shut up. Both you and the guy you're referencing. Illegal. No more talking ever.
Okay, well, no, actually,
Talking, Azula.
he has to talk at least once. He has to introduce himself.
Alright, fine. Introduce yourself.
Well, it's not my... Oh, I guess it is my turn. I'm
It
used to
is.
being at the bottom.
Yeah.
Wow. What does that have to do with your turn?
Hello, everybody. You listen here, Alua. Hi, everybody. Cade Watts here, voice of Fire Lord Zuko. Though I guess you already knew that. It's kind of a routine at this point. You guys know. Say hi, Azula. Because you're here too.
I'll say hi when you shut up. Oh, look, you shut up. Hi, everyone. Lucila Wasvia here. I am the co-showrunner and head writer for the project. And I'm excited, also the voice of Azula. And I'm excited to watch this brilliant finale and cleanse my soul of the Netflix version.
Don't you guys miss Zuko and Azula bickering game streams?
Oh, they'll be back soon.
Ish.
Also, real quick, hi everyone. Hi, Axel. Wait, what's that? Axolotl lols. Oh, Axolotl
I
lols.
think that's pronounced as Shodels.
Megaton Maxi, hello. Multi-power objective AJ, our regulars. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome. I'm introducing myself. I am Curtis, one of the lead video people, the YouTube algorithm guy who posts things, and also the voice of Prime Minister Lee from the Zuko and Azula Let's Plays. I should probably add that on my Discord thing now.
Let's Plays, those are biopics.
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 Yeah. Yeah.
Also, his name is clearly objectively Aj. Get it right.
Multi-power said,
Objectively
"Oh
Aj.
no." I appreciate the Megamind reference, Multi-power. Oh no.
Oh, yes. We do appreciate the Mega Minds. Alrighty then. And then, next up.
Oh, Shodels didn't realize we could see the chat.
So Jovan Clarete says, we need Avatar the Search comic animated like now. Well, it'll make you happy to know I was working very hard on the search today. And in fact, we added an additional young Azula and Zuko scene last minute
Yeah.
to make sure that this episode is the best episode of the search we can possibly give you guys.
Yeah.
And if you want the episode to come out sooner, remember we do have a Patreon specifically for this purpose.
Anyway, who else still has to introduce themselves? Do it.
Next up, we go to our dude, the Dorn.
Our dude. For a second, I thought you were about to say Dune, and I was ready with my Dune references. Anyway,
I haven't seen Dune 2 yet. Don't spoil it.
Lisan Gaib! You're missing out. Hello, everybody. My name's Dorn. I'm part of the writers' room here at Book 4, and yeah, just here for the explosive finale. I would not miss it. I literally rearranged my whole schedule because I was like, there's no way in hell I'm gonna miss rewatching one of the greatest finales of my favorite show of all time, and happy to be with all these amazing people. They're all amazing, and yeah, you should follow what we're doing next and stuff. Yeah.
Woo.
Mic drop.
Iris, catch the mic before it hits the ground.
My catch. Hello.
Hey.
I am Iris. I have done some odd jobs on the project early on, and I am set to be the voice of Elua, who is a nice old lady who has done nothing wrong. I have, more importantly, recently sent a picture of my hair to Gal, who gave me a compliment that I'm still reeling from.
Ooh.
That is all.
Okay. Alrighty then.
I'm almost recovered from it.
All right. Glad to hear that it didn't that you were able to make it.
They did say I would survive.
Okay. Yay. Alrighty. Next up.
Hello, everyone. James Riley here. I am the music director and head composer for the Book 4 Restoration Project. Also, speaking of funding, if you don't have the income to donate to Patreon, that is okay. But if you still want to donate, you can drop a super chat, and any and all of our VAs present will read anything you ask them to in character.
Yes.
However, if you want Azula to say something and you paid Zuko for a super chat, you have to pay Azula at least a penny more. That's the only rule.
Mm-hmm.
I always have to beat Zuko.
Alrighty, and then finally, at the very end of our list, last but not least, Toph.
Yo, yo, my brothers. Hi, guys. I am Kauthar Harak Sharif. I have the honor to voice Toph Beifong, the greatest earthbender of all time, in Book 4 Air. I am also very honored to be on the writing team. And I will state for the court, I have borne witness to Iris's glory, and her hair is immaculate. So just for the record, putting that on file.
Oh no, that is not natural. I use henna to dye it. Like that's the only reason it's that color.
I was gonna say, careful. She's still recovering. She's still recovering.
No mercy.
Oh dang.
I'm a pun connoisseur, and I'm here for a good time. Let's have some fun tonight, guys.
Yay! Alrighty then. So
here.
Before we get into all the things, we had one person ask in chat. So yeah, thoughts on CabbageCon for those who were able to attend.
Which was almost everybody here except for two.
Yeah,
really
sorry, Dorn, sorry, Iris.
They were with us in spirit.
I had a good time. It was fun.
Yeah. We've
I had a brutally good time.
Brutally good.
Brutally.
I'm still recovering.
We posted before. One of the people that we met at the con did the bad takes video, which Cade and Lucia contributed their bad takes to. So if you haven't checked it out, there's that. And then finally, I am working...
Not bad takes, hot takes.
Sorry, hot takes. Bad takes. Sorry, bad takes. Oh, wait. Oh no. Okay.
Messy takes.
Oh dear, I'm letting my true thoughts slip here. But anywho, and yes, we will also have a video on our panel. I am working through it, and that will come out in the near future. However, the only other thing to mention is that aside from the panel video, there are plans for a crossover event, or rather to interact with the recent crossover event, specifically the Fortnite event, which we will do at some point in the next couple weeks before it ends. So that'll be a bit of a placeholder until Azula and Zuko are able to get back to their let's play
Regularly
shenanigans.
scheduled programming.
Yes, to their regularly scheduled therapy sessions.
By the way, Curtis, you were saying that your real thoughts are coming out. So not only does Curtis create solutions, he creates controversy.
I do. It even alliterates. Curtis creates controversies. The 3 C's right there.
I'm here for it. It's the writer in me.
Okay, yeah. Alrighty then. We got thoughts. The VA for Toph reminds so much of the VA for Toph in the Dutch version that you grew up with, says Giovanna.
Shucks.
So, do you
Iris,
know
can
any
you
Dutch
confirm?
words?
Unfortunately, I don't speak Dutch, but if you can give me a line or an audio sample, I can try my best.
Iris, can you confirm?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh gosh, I don't really remember much of Toph's dialogue specifically from the Dutch dub because it has been like 15 or 16 years since I watched it.
James raises a valid point, though. I think I do have to learn Dutch now. Anyone want to buy me a Babbel subscription? I'm joking.
I was about to say, I will buy you some things. That is maybe not one of those things.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
Alrighty then. So,
Also, I am a little under the weather today, so if my voice sounds funky, my apologies.
Okay. I can't sound that funky. Even Giovanni even says that even your laugh sounds like Dutch Toph.
Aw, I'm so flattered. Thank you.
Sana sana kurita sana cow.
The what? Oh yeah, the
Aw.
turtle.
Muchas gracias, amigo.
The
That's
turtle
From
saying-
childhood.
Yeah, again.
Sana sana colita de rana, yeah. Stormfist knows what's up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Stuck
Alrighty.
with me since
It's true.
childhood.
Dorn, did you just apologize for knowledge?
I just said
No.
you messed up. Why are you apologizing? I'm backing you up, man.
Thank you.
If you start apologizing, then I'll start apologizing.
See, Cow, someone said that your voice reminds them of the official Toph voice in Dutch, which is the dub they grew up with.
Girls stop
Aw.
Girls stop apologizing by Rachel Hollis.
Stop
There we
apologizing.
go.
Okay.
See, now I just have to conquer the Spanish and the Arabic, and I'll be ready to take over the world. It's fine.
Everything changed when Cow tried to learn
I
languages
for one
attack.
support you.
Wait,
Language
Cal,
bender.
learn to speak Dutch. Does it become couch?
What? Nee, dat Nederlands. Dat is...
Oh no.
It's Cow's powers are
I
so
have
strong.
a pun, but it's not very good.
Oh.
Not only did I have fun at CabbageCon, I found this really hot, really jacked Korra cosplayer named Patra. She's
Dude,
awesome. Check out her
dude.
channel.
She's
And,
so
I'm
awesome.
not married, so
Check out her
Good
YouTube
kid.
channel, not Patra.
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
she's
press for a
phenomenal.
shout-out.
Always be plugging.
Sweether 814, shout out please. You've got it. Now don't flatter me.
Alrighty.
So,
Alrighty.
let's do this.
Yes, I believe that. So yeah, the final thing, just the final exclamation for this last one. We will not be streaming the actual episodes on YouTube because we like not getting copyright strict. So we will mute the stream whenever we get to watching the actual episodes, but we will have the timestamp of the episodes on the screen so you can watch along. And everyone that is in the Discord VC here will be sharing their thoughts in the stream chat. So, yeah, that's how it is. So these go about 20 minutes. So it looks like then, if we're all ready to go, then we will commence henceforth and rejoin you guys in 20 minutes.
See you in 20.
Alrighty then.
Thank you, 20.
Alright.
Thank you, 20.
Thank you.
I remember that one.
Alrighty then. We will see you all
Not
on the
in
other
theater
side
class
then.
anymore.
Alrighty, and... We've returned.
Hey,
We've returned to
Alright.
the
we
interwebs.
have returned.
Yes.
Man, the bending in this show is just, even in season 1, when we don't get to see the incredible bending we get to see later, like, man, it is just so good. It's so fast paced and action packed and exciting. I really hope someday, if they're going to continue insisting on making live actions, I hope someday they actually get some choreographers and directors to give us real bending fights. Everything's always so slow in live action when they adapt it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's because they gotta leave room for the CGI VFX guys to actually put shit there.
Well, I don't think that's the issue. I think it's just lack of communication, because I feel like in Natla, I watching the Katara and Paku fight, it's really bad uses of close-ups and wide shots. It's like they don't know when to use them, when to cut. And like even the choreography is very stilted and slow. And the poor VFX team seems like they've received no notes and they're just guessing where to pace the effects. All of that can be fixed, but it takes a long time. It takes martial artists that have clean choreography, a lot of communication with the artists so that they can move with the pre-planned movements. And it takes an editor who's not just randomly chopping stuff for TikTok, I guess. 'Cause-
Right.
Anyway, it was something I noticed watching this. I think a lot of people misunderstand what happens when Paku picks up Katara's necklace, because I've seen a lot of people criticize that they don't like that Paku only trained Katara because she's Kana's granddaughter. But I don't think that's what we're meant to take away from it. Although I can see why people would get that. I think the point is supposed to be that that's a moment of realization for Paku. That he's like, man, I'm so toxic that a person I love went to the other side of the planet just to get away from me.
Yeah,
Maybe I
yeah.
need to change. So I don't think it's, I'm going to train you because I like your grandmother, but so much, man, you really made me realize I'm kind of a jerk. So it made him want to change.
That this has been a lifelong issue that has impacted the course of his life. Like it's not just a
Yeah.
one-off
Yeah.
or just some bratty kid doesn't like my rules. No, this has been a thing that has had serious ramifications throughout the course of his whole life.
The love of
My
my
sexist
life left me, and then her descendant came back like 60 years later to tell me I suck.
To
tell me I ain't shit and I never was.
Dude, Kana's the one that told them to go north and told Katara to go learn waterbending there. But Kana must have known about this, so that just tells me that Kana sent Katara specifically to
She's playing
kick
the long
Kana's
game.
butt. She was like,
She
send a
did.
message for me, Katara.
Go to the Northern Water Tribe. And
I
see
want
my
him
ex
to
is
know it
still
was
a
me.
dick.
Like that line from Game of Thrones where it's like, I want Cersei to know it was me. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
I want you to go to the Northern Water Tribe and tell my ex he's still a dick.
Yeah.
I don't. I had not considered that angle before, but I think even if you do consider, him like being, oh, you're, the granddaughter I never had, like the, or like the granddaughter I was too much of a dick to have, like the sort of breakthrough moment. You still get moments before that, like he clearly like changes his attitude over the course of the fight from
Yeah.
from just trying to toy with her to being like, oh shit, she's like actually like giving me kind of a run for my money.
Also, I love that here Aang was always team Katara. I don't like that Natla had Aang be like, well, maybe you shouldn't train with him, Katara. Maybe I'll be the
Yeah.
second one this time. I
hell
love that Aang
no.
was
Hell
like,
no.
guy. Also,
That
I'm
Then he
bothers
goes,
me
laughing.
and then
so
he
much.
goes on to learn zero waterbending.
I'm just laughing
Aang
also
chugs
that
respect women juice, okay? Period.
I also love that Katara and Aang hit like obstacle with the guy that will not train Katara, and the two little idealists that they are, all they can think to do is be upset about how unfair it is. Sokka shows up and basically just goes, "Okay, cheat, like just have her train you, or him train you then." Like Paku trains Aang trains Katara. It's done. Like he's such a pragmatist.
And-
He's like, just beat the system.
And
Versus
he had this
Katara,
thought,
and
and
we're
he
like,
had this
no.
thought like in the middle of dealing with emotional complexities with Yue. So like he was like at like half power probably.
What I think is funny is that I could see this exact same thing happening with Zuko, Azula, and Aang. Like if someone had refused to teach Zuko the advanced set and would only teach only teach Aang, and they were pouting about it, Azula would have also just been like, "All right, cheat." Like it shows you who the pragmatists are.
Guys, the college won't give me my textbooks that I need for my class. That's wrong. Why don't you just use your friend's textbook?
Yeah, it's like just steal them, whatever. Copy your friend's PDF, whatever.
See,
Yeah,
I
like
think in a lot of those cases, the problem with Azula is that there's a good 80% chance that her answer would be like, "All right, just know it already."
Yeah.
I also impressive that
He tried just
he
being
comes up
perfect.
with that advice on the fly, unprompted, while he's still moping about his own problems.
Yeah, he's
So,
It
like,
isn't
he
even
still-
something he
still
had to think
he still has
about.
some
It was just like,
he still has some mental acuity to say, "Oh, that easy solution. Just do this."
just do
That
this.
was just
Yeah.
obvious to me. It was like,
Yeah.
all right, so guy won't teach
now
you.
let me go back to wallowing in the fact that I can't get a girlfriend.
That I can't get with this hot girl. Also, JBJB8275 says that Zuko can swim really well for a firebender. Well, yeah, it's an island nation, and he grew up with a personal beach
He
house.
went
That
to
boy
the
better.
beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the
It's-
comics, he almost
He's
drowned.
He's not Charmander. He
It's not
goes
Char-
underwater.
But maybe he should be.
if his fire goes out,
not
he
to
doesn't
mention,
die.
power comes from the breath, not the muscles.
No,
Right.
to be fair, if Zuko has to be any fire starter, he should be Typhlosion, because Typhlosion's the best fire starter. Fight me.
I will fight you.
I will
I'll
fight
see you
I
outside.
will fight you. I will fight you with my Incineroar because he is designed for fighting. Because he's the Triple H Pokemon. I
He
call
should
him
have
And
been a
yet he's the
quadrupedal
one
type.
fire starter who's not firefighting.
I don't care. He's a wrestler. That means I like him.
Also, I just gotta say, everyone always acts like Sokka had so much freaking Riz, and that's what got him UA. Nah, dude. He actually just likes little weirdos. Like, and I get it. I vibe. As a woman, sometimes there's just that weird, funny guy that you're like, I like this guy. Not because he's like a master Riz charmer. Like, you're just like, nah, I just like this.
I have a counterpoint to that. I think it's because he was so like straightforward and earnest. Like he was so
Yeah.
genuine. He didn't even know how to put up a front. That's how like sprung from the get-go he was. And I think that unconventional, just being so straightforward about what you feel, was so intriguing to her because everyone is so structured in their rigid rules and regulations and customs and don't step out of the status quo. So I think that was like, whoa, this guy says exactly what's very evident on his face. This guy's just straight up saying what he means. Groundbreaking. I'm in love. Like,
Also, I like to think, you know how Sokka threw that carving into the water because he was so mad that, she didn't like it, she ran off or whatever. I like to think that after she becomes the moon spirit, the ocean spirit grabs that carving out of the sea and gives it back to her.
Oh,
oh, I
just-
literally think about that carving all the time. Like as a kid, I hate when the character throws whatever the thing is into the lake or whatever. I hate that. I'm like, put it in your pocket and you get over this emotional turmoil. You will regret it. I'm regretting it. Please don't do this.
No, see, that's foreshadowing for Zhao's fate. Sokka threw the little carving.
I was
into
gonna
the
say,
sea.
it looks like a man. It looks like a man. It looks like Zhao.
And why
It
did he
look
throw
like
it?
a man. Yeah.
Because he thought it upset Yue. And what does the ocean spirit do? Drown Zhao. Because it upset the moon spirit.
Well, it just killed the moon
Yeah.
spirit.
Yeah.
Dumb.
One
like
thing
poetry, it rhymes.
one thing I want to talk about is Iroh has a lot of good being a good uncle moments in this episode.
Yes.
Yeah, he does.
Like this is like the only. I don't know if it's the only time, but it seems like the only time where he just calls him when he's worried about him and he just calls him Zuko, not Prince Zuko or nephew.
Oh, yeah.
He's worried about him and he goes Zuko, like he's really worried.
Yeah, no formalities. It's just,
Yeah.
Although I love when he's like,
the moment before that, where Zuko's moping. He's like, "It's a nice night. It's a nice night for a walk. Would you like to come with me?" And then he pauses when he notices that he's not taking it, and he goes, "Or just sit in the room and mope.
That
Whatever
is a
makes you
man who has
happy."
dealt with teenagers. That's
Yes,
what that is.
yes.
He knows exactly.
He's
Sometimes there's
like,
no reasoning.
okay, yeah. He's like, just let him steam a bit. He'll come around.
Yeah.
And then he gets blown up.
He does.
Yeah.
Can I just say I really like Zuko's casual outfits. He dresses like a very well dressed lesbian. Like
Sashiko for the
I
win.
like his little
Okay.
like his little training like sports top and it's
Alright.
like a Fire Nation cardigan. It's
Okay.
like
I was gonna
kinda
say
cute.
why lesbian. I was like, well, I guess he does like women, so that counts.
Look at Zuko
And
being a
also,
women liker.
Iroh's convincing bluff where he's like, yeah, pirates killed Zuko. Pirates glaring at Zhao like pirates.
I was just
Well,
caught
Zhao
off
got it.
guard by that one like throwaway
it's also-
gag of the
Is he also?
Do
Is he
you
also
think-
one? It's also one of the few moments where Iroh shows an actual desire of Zuko wanting to capture the Avatar. He says, "We'll get to the Water Tribe, and the Avatar will be yours." Usually, he's just like, "Okay, I know he has. We're finding the Avatar because he has to, but
But now he's
I'm
like,
really
go
more-
get him.
yeah."
Well, I think that's because now he knows Zhao's willing to kill him.
I think that Iroh has an arc in the show that often gets missed because a lot of people think, he's perfect. But I think the Iroh we first meet in the show has been so beaten down by the loss of his son, by realizing that all the war making he did was actually bad, by realizing, all the horrors he had wrought upon others. I think he was just depressed, dude. Like, that man didn't really have the energy to do anything, not even to fight Ozai for the throne.
I saw a really good TikTok video, and this gets into season 2's territory, but I think we've all seen it, so it's not that much of a spoiler. That when they're in exile and they're in Ba Sing Se, the reason he sets up a tea shop in Ba Sing Se and tells him that you're going through this change. He prevents him from capturing the Avatar when he has with Appa, and then after that he goes through that transformation sequence, and then he's just he sets up a tea shop, and he has no intentions of rejoining the conflict because he is scared of re-entering that war that lost him his son. He doesn't want to lose his nephew too.
Yeah, I
And
do
then
think so.
that in action leads Zuko to defecting back. And so now in season 3, the end of his arc is him realizing, okay, I can't be passive either. I have to actively oppose my home country.
Yeah, I think that all the stages are there, right? So in book 1, Iroh's like completely passive, just whatever Zuko wants. I just want to take care of him. He wants to catch the Avatar. I'm half-ass helping him, whatever. Then in book 2, he's like, all right, no, I don't want you to catch the Avatar. I want you to live a life and forget about all that. Like he's become completely opposed to all this. I mean, after what he witnesses in the North Pole, I think Iroh's like, bruh, you ain't catching him. Like, we need to just find a new life, right? But then after the events of book 2, where Zuko betrays him, like you said, I think Iroh finally goes, no, it's time to awaken. It's time to take charge. It's time to take action. So yeah, I think Iroh has his own arc, and the Avatar does have his part in inspiring it. And I think sometimes we're too quick to be like, oh, Iroh's all knowing, but like, nah, man, he had to grow too.
Mm-hmm. We just don't see the cogs work as much because he is, at the end of the day, a supporting character.
Yeah.
And he's also a lot more stable than a character like Zuko, who's
Right.
having mental
That too.
breakdowns
And
every 5 minutes.
he's more adult about it.
Yeah, he just like thinks about things and contemplates changes versus Zuko, who has to loudly monologue and trauma dump all the time. But
Speaking
it's
honor
different
all the
stages of
time.
your life. Being an old man's very different from being a teenager, so I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I just love everything about these episodes. Like this whole finale, it's just so strong, man. And I know a lot of people have criticisms of book one, but I think that people underrate it. Book one has the storm. Book one has these episodes here. It has the waterbending scroll. It has so many moments that make us understand the characters. And I think just in general, it has the deserter with Zhang Zhang. I just think in general, book one is way underrated. A lot of people are like, just skip it. If you skip book one on your rewatches, you are not doing a rewatch. Stop skipping book one.
Are
That
a
is
lot of
my
people saying just
message.
skip book one?
Skipping book one is
Yeah.
like skipping JoJo's part 1 and 2.
It's become a new thing where people go, oh, I just skip book one because it's childish. And I'm like, nah, dude. If you think book one is childish, you're a child. Watch it again.
That is weird. Yeah.
To answer your comment, JBJB8275, I actually do think Iroh legitimately couldn't find his lotus tile because that detour literally serves no purpose for them. They accidentally end up encountering the Avatar anyway, and Iroh just kind of forgets about it. And then he finds it again. He's like, oh.
I have a theory. I think he was just trying to introduce Zuko to Pai Sho. I really think. Because what does he do in the market? Oh man, no one is selling a singular Pai Sho tile. Maybe we should go hang out with the Pai Sho. And Zuko just is not having it.
Hold on. I just realized something. They sell the individual tiles for Pai Sho. Is Pai Sho a collectible tile game?
Yes.
I don't think
Yes,
so.
we've had this conversation
Is it
before.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
No, I don't think it is. I think it's more like chess, but like or Go or other similar games. But I think it's that because Iroh expresses that they're not selling the individual tiles. So I think that's like an odd thing, right? They normally sell a complete
he's
set.
looking for a replacement.
He's
for his
basically
full
he's
set.
gone to the
Okay.
place that's like I misplaced the queen from my chess set and no one's selling a queen individually.
Well,
Yeah.
you say that, but he does say that like not a lot of people use the White Lotus tile, but that it's like key in certain strategies.
Well,
You're
yeah.
thinking
Also,
of
but like also, even if people don't use it, it's still part of the setup.
Yeah.
So
It
like,
did
you still
make
needed to
me
play a game of
there,
Pai
but, like,
Sho.
either a
Or
draft
maybe
room
just
or,
speculation where it's just like, oh, Pai Sho is like you have options of which pieces to set up with, and not many people use the
That
one
goes.
that Iroh uses.
That goes into like, but that goes into the Yu-Gi-Oh territory of like you can build your own set.
Okay, so James
like
and I have
Warhammer.
actually played some of the fan-made Pai Sho games, and it's pretty interesting because the one I really want to learn, I haven't learned yet because it's complicated. Somebody went through every Pai Sho scene and made up a rule set that actually makes all of the moves we see in the show legal, and it made the rules so much more complicated than some of the other rule sets.
Yeah.
Clearly, the animators were just making it up as they went.
Nickelodeon really dropped the ball by not making an official Pai Sho.
They did
I cannot believe that
technically.
there wasn't a book for Pai Sho.
Because Pat Rothfuss, if Pat Rothfuss can fucking do it, Avatar can.
Technically,
There are a lot of really good fan-made Pai Sho rule sets. A lot of them. I highly recommend looking them up because it's really cool what the fandom has done.
Technically, Nickelodeon has released an official Pai Sho rule set in the form of a Flash game that was on their website during Legend of Korra. Apparently, it's not good at all.
Yeah, go for the fan-made ones.
And the variant we were talking about to specify is called
Right.
Key
Yeah,
Pai
we
Sho.
should probably end this conversation before we get bored to board game talk because that could take us a full
Yes.
stream.
Yeah.
Concerning the episode, I guess.
Yeah.
As far as how go at him.
I mean, if we're still discussing the episode, we can. I would just because I do have the special drink.
Oh, is it for this one?
I can talk about it. They don't talk. Do they talk about the Oasis water in this?
Not this
Not
episode.
yet. Next episode.
Yeah. So maybe next
Okay, so then let me do that. Let me do that after next episode. Then.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Then let's
so,
do it. Should we move on to next episode?
well,
Because
hold
we
on.
have three
Whoa! Hang on.
We
Someone
have
else has someone
so
to
many
say.
people who haven't spoken yet.
Okay.
I'm just in a rush because there's 3 episodes. All
Yeah,
right, go ahead. Everyone finish
Yeah, it's
talking.
gonna be the usual thing. Yeah. So Adam and Lucia, Cade, if you got all your stuff, then we'll move down the list.
I actually had one more thing to say
What's yours,
because
Kay?
I had barely mentioned a lot.
Yeah.
As for Zuko surviving that whole explosion thing, it's actually a lot of factors go into how he survived the ship exploding. For one, He heard the pirates like turning a door, so he left his pressurized like little tiny box room, which he would have absolutely died in had he been there when the explosion went off.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the tallest point of the ship, which was the furthest away from the source of the explosion, and he was next to an open window, which means when the shockwave hit him, rather than him just having the shockwave go through him and be "fuck you, now your internal organs are mush," it just blew him out the window into the ocean. So he didn't actually absorb too much of the shockwave, and the fire shield prevented him from actually getting burned.
Yeah, and we saw like under the helmet, like he got beat up. Even other than that.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that boy got fucking thrown from the top layer of the ship, which is probably like the equivalent of 4 stories into the ocean. And I think a lot of us know if you hit water from high up enough, it's not gentle.
Yeah.
And he may have shielded himself from fire, but that's not going to stop metal fragments from scraping his face up.
Yeah. But yeah, poor boy. He's I can't help but also him thinking like as he goes down, it's like, you know what? It wasn't as bad as what my dad did, or something like that. All right.
All right, that's all I really have to say.
Okay. I have actually I'll go at the end so I can set the pace. Dorn, opinionate.
Yeah. So actually, thank you for that, Kate, because I was always wondering how exactly the mechanics worked of how Zuko survived that blast. So that is actually, I think that does go to show how where Zuko is for sure of his surroundings. Must have been all those years at sea. So I was always intrigued to know exactly how that worked out. And
Well,
yeah, also the bruises.
I
Sorry.
think he just happened to go to the bridge because he was like, he hears somebody, and he's like, if someone's here, they're probably at the bridge because that's the most important place to be on the boat. So he lucked into being in the best place possible on the ship.
All right, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I've had one or two falls in the water from high up and maybe one or two bruises, so I know what you're talking about for sure when you say that about water's not gentle when you fall from a great height. That's gravity, kids. Anyway, the other thing, the other two things that I wanted to that the show reminded me of, aside from like obviously the amazing stuff of Katara um, setting up to Puck and all that, and how much better it is than that. And yeah, the other two things I had was, well, one is the fact that I do also like basically a lot of what Cal was saying. I do like the fact that Sokka certainly was something different from Yue compared to what's the kid's name? She's betrothed to? Was it? It's starting with
Han.
an H.
Uh,
Han.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I wonder like how much does how many interactions has she had with that guy of like meaningful compared to what she had with Sokka? I do wonder. But since this is an arranged marriage, it's probably that it's like not much. Probably the same thing that happened with Kana and Paku. Because Northern Water Tribe customs, yay for the win. Whatever. So yeah, I definitely think like on rewatch, I definitely think there was something there that stood out to UA. And then yes, and then yeah, about the Iroh icy stare. Yeah, I always like it, and it's so funny how Zhao does like that little smirk, but it's kind of like, bro, he knows it was you. Like you lose that staring contest. Like, come on, man. Then again, I hate Zhao, so I'm obviously always gonna make fun of him at every turn. So, but that always was nice, and it's also interesting, like the fact that he made that connection really quickly just by looking at the swords. Even though Zuko quickly was trying to say like, oh no, they're just antiques. Yeah, don't think
Oh
too much about
yeah,
them.
yeah. You could see the little divot where you could tell they were very recently used.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Really?
Yeah. There's a tiny small divot that Zhao can tell in one of the swords, where you can tell like something was recently cut.
Oh, no wonder. No wonder Zuko was so goddamn worried. Oh, interesting. That recontextualizes that scene for me. But for me, I always thought, it was like a moment of like discovery, and I think that is why Zhao then decided to out loud say, "So, Iroh, have you heard of the blue spirit?" Iroh's like, "No, who is this blue spirit? What are you talking about?" Even though at this point in the story, I think we can all agree he always knew that Zuko was the blue spirit, but
Probably.
it's not his secret to tell. So that's why he was probably playing dumb in that moment. But yeah, no.
Yeah. The bit you mentioned where they did the icy stare reminded me of that similar scene from the first Mission Impossible movie where the bad guy is like, "Oh yeah, it was this guy who does it," and then the protagonist is like, "Oh yeah, I believe you," and in his head he's connecting the dots like, "It was you all along. I knew it."
Funny you mentioned that because I recently rewatched that film. It's to this day, it still blows my mind away. Yes, yes, that is actually a really good save. Like the bad guy thinks the good guy is the protagonist is being stupid, but the protagonist is already like having like emotional turmoil in his head. And I think in this scene, going back to Iroh here, I think in this scene, like I think it really does show, like we mentioned, how much care Iroh has towards Zuko. Because the way he slams the table, I don't think it was for dramatic effect. Like he really is upset. Like, man, this Zhao guy just tried to kill my nephew. What up with that? Like, what's his problem? Aside from being a jerkwad. But again, we all know that. But yeah, and yeah, honestly, I honestly, I have to say, I do like the fact of the connection, the foreshadowing of the necklace. I didn't notice that. I forgot how clever the necklace whole thing is when the leader of the healer says, "Oh, you're gonna be engaged," and Katara's like, "Wait, what? No, no, no. This was a necklace given to me by my mother and
Yeah.
given to her by her mother." So like that was such. I like that how that was used. I realized how clever that was of like the foreshadowing of later with Paku making that connection, all that. And I don't know why they cut that out for the live action. That killed me. Oh, a lot of things killed me.
Oh
But those last two episodes, my sanity almost cracked. Anyway, that's all I have to say about this episode.
All right. Iris.
Yeah, there's, I think, very little I have to say that hasn't already been said at this point. I mean, I think cool old people just keep winning on Avatar, even if, like Paco is a jerk. I think he does count for the like cool old people coalition here. And so does, the healer lady, even if she doesn't get to do that much. I think she gets like at least an honorable mention. And I for some reason it just like it really got it. I remember when seeing it that it always catches me off guard when one of the pirates just bites a coin and says, tasty gold. I don't know why. It just kind of sends me.
It's a small little detail, yeah.
They want to make sure they're not being scammed, I guess.
Yeah.
Like this is actual gold.
I know you traditionally, bite the coin to see if it's real gold, but that he just calls it tasty afterwards. Like, what? Why were you? What is your deal? And yeah, I think the whole Sokka and Yue thing is it starts off a bit rushed. Like I wasn't really sort of buying it right away, but they do like it does turn cute very quickly.
Yes, it gets cute.
I honestly think like otherwise we've already covered most of it. Like,
all right then.
Yeah.
James, Music Man.
Yeah. Musically, there was one moment where I heard the Four Seasons song, that theme being quoted under, I think it was when Sokka first saw Yue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know it played when he was walking alongside the ship.
Yeah. No, there was another moment somewhere in the Water Tribe. It might not have been that moment, but I am curious to listen more closely to see what they were going for with that theme as a motif of sorts. That's something I'm going to be listening for going forward into the next two episodes.
Oh, can I ask, what did you think of the, I only noticed it this watch through, but of the animation on the, I don't know what the string instrument is called, but it was like a lot more elaborate than I remembered. Yeah. And
I wasn't looking that closely. I will say rarely is animated, it like music instruments animations are accurate because music is often the last thing to be worked on in a show like that. Like I'm pretty sure, like with TV schedules, like between the moment that the musicians get the material they need to work with and the airing of the episode is like a week. So they have like 3 days tops to actually write everything and have like a full start to finish draft. And then 3 more days for quality control, corporate approval, and stuff. So that's not something I usually look for in animation.
Because you pretty much know it's probably going to be the same across the board.
Yeah, it's usually going to be some sort of simple, like looped figure. The only exception that I noticed, my niece has been watching through the show recently, and yesterday she got to the Sun Warriors, the Firebending Masters episode, and I noticed that as the dragons were coming out and the Sun Warriors were drumming, they weren't drumming like the drum beat that we hear, but it was, but like they were at least like matching the tempo of the track, and for that, I think perhaps Jeremy Zuckerman and his music team um, match up their music to line up with the animation. Because with drums, it's a little easier, but for string instruments, wind instruments, not so much.
Okay. All right. With that
And
being...
then,
oh, sorry.
And one more thing, I've been noticing that the kalimba has been used for water tribe motifs in general. Like it's most famously used in the Avatar's love theme for Aang and Katara. It's also used in the Penguin sledding track, which that track is also used for a lot of other fun moments throughout. But then I also noticed it, I want to say, towards the start of the episode, where the Water Tribe's ships first approach
Okay.
the gang on Appa. So, that was interesting. Which it's kind of strange though, because one critique I could give about the soundtrack to the show as a whole is that I don't feel it deserves as much credit as other aspects of the show for like respecting and paying homage to Asian and Native American cultures, because it all just seems kind of the world instruments we hear are kind of sporadic and often written in ways that
are very Western.
Yeah, like they're just adding that sort of tone color to an otherwise Western orchestra. And like the Water Tribes are supposed to be based on Inuits, while the kalimba is African. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I was about to say because you've been absent for quite a few things, James. So it's nice to get your thoughts back on this.
Right.
Before Cal closes us out, I will now opinionate at this point because I wanted to see what other people said first. I just can't get over, to quote again, the one meme. Looks like sexism's back on the menu, boys. Yeah, I just can't get over how basically how earned and how good it felt for Katara to have her girl power moment in the cartoon, and how forced it felt in live action because it was missing all of the nuances. It's so funny because you could easily imagine that if this was the first time people had seen the Avatar cartoon, they would have tossed us under the barrel of like, oh, look at the modern media trying to shoehorn in feminism into the plot or something like that. Except in this case, it's been in there since the beginning, and it was done way better like 20 years ago at this point. So like it's so interesting because especially like I said it before when we watched it, but Katara in live action, she hasn't actually done healing before, and she's barely fought. So she comes off as very stuck up, and Paku comes off as the more reasonable one in live action. And Katara in live action doing a duel with Paku feels more like a kid throwing a temper tantrum, whereas here we're just like, you go Katara, you go get him, you show them what spots, because they tried to play by Paku's rules initially. They went like, okay, Katara doesn't win, and then Aang tried to teach. They tried to work around it. They tried various things, and only when they were pushed to the breaking point did they finally go, nah, we're throwing hands now. So yeah, it felt very earned here. I forgot how well it was led up to, because again I forgot. I thought there was going to be one more step before Katara threw hands. I thought like she was going to do something with the apology, and then she's just like, oh no, we're doing this now. So very much. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I also noticed, I think, isn't this the first time in the fight where like a character's appearance becomes otherwise like disheveled from a combat encounter? Because like Katara, like she loses the necklace and like her little hair tie thingies fall off. Has that happened before? Because I know that takes more effort to animate.
It definitely stood out because I was like, hey, like as someone who hasn't had long hair for that long, I was like, hey, my hair does that.
Tiffany in chat says, people hate me, but I'm not a feminist at all. Tiffany, that's all right, girl. I'm feminist enough for everyone. I'm I'm so feminist. I'll fight anyone. My immune system fights me because it's so fucking feminist. It's like, hey, you have internalized misogyny. I'm going to beat you up. And I'm like, oh, you're right, immune system. Don't worry, Tiffany.
You're so real for that immune system.
I'm so much of a feminist. I even love women who aren't feminists. You're all good. You got no hatred at all.
Okay, we like our women here. We are very much yay women here. So we're happy to see the women do the women things and do them cool.
We love women who love women. Bottom line.
Bottom line. Okay.
Oh my gosh, me too.
Anyway, speaking of women, woman cow.
I'm not sure if that was rude or not. I'm just gonna go for it. Thank you for stalling effectively. I was making dinner for my dad. I'm back.
See, this is what you get when you leave me all alone to my devices, cow. I start saying random things about women. Anyways.
And I was listening, but also I was downstairs, and the Bluetooth connection to my headphones was not great. But here we are.
I don't know if I can ever ask a cow anything again without ending it with "Speak, woman, cow."
I am woman, hear me speak, for 10 hours. Okay. For the record, Tiffany, I think the term feminist has a bunch of different connotations. So I think some people are feminist without maybe wanting the label, and I think it depends on which version of feminism you're pulling from. Bottom line is, we respect all people of all walks of life and all points of view, and I think that's something we can all agree on. But furthermore, to the episode, because I have thoughts. Also, apologies if people said this already. Like I said, the Bluetooth connection was not ideal. Starting right off the bat, that fight choreography, what Lucy had mentioned from the beginning. Oh, chef kiss. Like, as I said in the chat, I literally feel like that fight with Katara and Paku was like a core memory for little baby Cal. Like, that was such a badass moment. And I loved it because it was very much a girl power scene, but without having to call itself a girl power scene. I feel like so often when we do have these moments of like, yeah, girl power, it's very like overt that's what it is. Like, it beats you over the head with girl power. And in doing so, it almost like negates the fact that this should just be as is. What is that line from the Sonic Boom one? It's like calling attention to the glass ceiling reinforces that there is one, something like that.
Yeah, Knuckles.
So I appreciate.
Yeah, that line you mean.
Yeah. Exactly. So I really appreciate that it fits perfectly in the terms of the plot. Yes, this is like a woman empowerment scene, but that doesn't steal the whole, like it doesn't take away from the themes of the whole show, and what the whole show stood for with the whole show, like the different themes going into that. So I really appreciate it because it feels a natural progression. It feels like it fits right in. It's not just like clip, let me just copy paste my agenda in this one scene real quick. It doesn't feel like that. It feels very organic and natural. So I appreciate that. And also I get so hyped. That's such a cool scene, my god. But furthermore, to the fight choreography, and I think Lucia put this really well. Why don't we have such good bending sequences in live action, or even like when they do any of the anime adaptations, quote unquote? A lot of the times, because we have these larger than life situations, and when they try to transpose them into a live action setting, with or without a proper budget, so often these things are falling flat. And I would like to reference the Rurouni Kenshin live actions as being like the exception to that rule. They have such phenomenal fight choreography, and given, yes, it's taken from more historical anime, so there's not so much of these larger than life magical components. I would still say that they do a phenomenal job of transcribing these epic fight scenes and some things that are like, yes, they're exaggerated because it's anime and we love larger than life situations. But they do a really good job of keeping that flow, keeping the fact that it's martial arts, or that it's actual like skill, actual combat that you can learn, that it's based off of, not just a foundation of nonsense to build upon fantasy. So I really appreciate that in the live action Kenshin, and I think that we could definitely 100% do something like that with a bending situation, given that all of the bending styles are derivative of actual legitimate martial arts. So I think if they did a little bit more focus back to the roots of where are these bending styles based off of, and then took the time to have an actual legitimate fight choreography, even if a lot of it is with stunt doubles or what have you, I definitely 100% think that they could make a beautiful cinematic and highly engaging fight choreography scene in a very cinematic way that doesn't come off as just pure silliness, or like stage combat, and where sometimes like you can totally tell they didn't connect, they didn't make that hit. I think we could definitely make it very accurate and very engaging, very dynamic. It's almost like if you think about old school cartoons, how so often they'd have live people reference, like they'd film somebody in real life on video and then use that as like a basis on which to stage their animation around. I think we could definitely 100% do the same thing, almost in reverse, if you will. Or have somebody look at those forms and then try to reenact the actual martial arts behind that, and then let the animators see that in person, and then it's a give and take, so like both sides having input, a little push and pull for our waterbenders there. So I think that that would be really cool and really awesome, and I definitely think it's 100%
Now,
feasible.
are you saying that if
Yes,
we
madam.
had a choreographer to come up with a choreography and they could film it and then base all of their animations and their fight scenes off of that, and you think that would be doable? You don't think that would be impossible? Let me tell you, you know who agrees with you that that would be doable? The process you just described.
Lay
You
it
know
on
who
me.
agrees with Sifu Kisu, the guy that did that for the animated show.
I knew it!
He literally
I'm
did
waiting for you to
exactly
name
what
drop
you're
him.
describing. What you're describing is literally what they did for the animated show. It's crazy. You just reverse engineered exactly what they did, showing that it's not only possible, it's easy to figure out. Look at that.
Right? I was like, how is this not like how is this like not A plus B equals C? Like, how is this not?
It is
I
what
don't
you just
understand why it's
described. That's exactly what they did for the original animated show. See, Fukisi would come up with a lot of the choreography since he's the one that picked the martial arts to use for the different bending styles. They would
right.
record him, and they would use the recordings of him as a guide for the storyboard artist to know how to animate. Like, it's a while. And then the
Go
animators
figure.
too. So the storyboard artists, the animators, and the film of Sifu Kisu all together made it possible. So like, and then the
Right.
directors were the ones that would talk about if they needed a different angle. Like, hey, Sifu Kisu, we actually want
Right.
to do this shot from this angle. Can you shoot this? And because he's a freaking amazing pro, he was like, yeah, and he'd just do it again from a
Roger
different
that.
angle.
And like, I
Yeah.
think I think for 100% they do this in the show. You even see it in the ways that they like do their shots, quote unquote. It's not a camera, but the angles from which it's animated, even their little like slow-mo replay situations. 100% we could do that on camera. They're based on film techniques. Like, I don't understand the
Yep.
issue here.
In fact, there's a video on YouTube someone did specifically examining how the editing fails the fight scene between Katara and Paku. But you can see it in the live action. They always cut in the wrong places. They go into a wide shot in the wrong places. Compare the two fight sequences and just look at how the cuts, the close-ups, the wide shots, the angles chosen, all of those help communicate speed, action, power, so that the hits look like they hurt. Meanwhile, look at
Right.
the live action. Katara makes a little ice thing under her and slides on it, but she slides so slow. What's the benefit to sliding slow? Look at Paku when he slides on the ice, he's going so freaking fast. And everything about how it's cut, it makes you feel that. It makes you feel the impact, the speed. I don't know. I'm
Yes.
with you. Like, I think actually I do know what
And
happened.
there's so much in physicality that will relay what's going on. Like, that's like the essential, like, bread and butter of being a live action actor, stage actor, or film actor. Your physicality is going to relate so much. It's not just your voice, it's not just your facial expressions. There's so much like that we pick up on nonverbal cues in just your physicality alone, in the way you hold your stance, in the way you, like, where the weight is placed, where the emphasis is placed, where is the effort in your movement.
But the problem I think here is, for one, they're relying on an LED wall, which is a glorified green screen, really. But this means that their actors only have like 5 feet of movement, which is why you don't get a lot of big martial arts, even though you can tell Dallas Liu is just itching to show off his incredible martial arts skills.
Right.
Yeah.
If
I
And
may
there
he's
isn't a lot of
capable of
movement,
it.
you're limited in the camera angles you can do because of this too, which is why a lot of the show looks very flat. They tend to do this flat on look or a bird's eye look. Those are like the two they tend to do because they're limited. And then add to that the fact that Netflix crunch means you just got to rush it out the door, which means there's no time for choreographers to sit down, come up with something, teach a complicated routine to the actors or to the stunt doubles, and then send notes to art team and go back and forth until the VFX artists and the choreographers fully understand. No, there's no time for that. So it's just half-ass it from the couple angles we can get. Don't move too much. Try to stay in this one little 5 feet of area we've given you. And then the poor VFX team is just guessing. And you can tell they're guessing. Okay, if you really want to see how bad the VFX team is guessing, the perfect example is when Azula fires lightning at the end of Natla. Compare that to her doing it on the ship when we first meet her in book 2. Notice how everywhere she drags her hands, the lightning follows. In the live action, the lightning is jumping ahead of her hands and curving, almost like the poor VFX artist got no notes, had no idea what they were doing, and somehow the reference they looked at was played backwards or something, because the lightning is not following her movements. It's anticipating her movements in a way that makes zero sense. And if you ever felt like that scene of her doing the lightning felt awkward, it's because even if you didn't notice this, your brain did. I just feel so bad for these VFX artists because it's clear they worked so hard to try to make their elements look photorealistic. But like, if you're just guessing where to paste things, it's just not going to look good no matter what you do.
Yeah. Live action looks cool, but you have the problem of some things actually have to happen in real life, in reality. So
I feel so hurt because this is such a disservice, not only to like the multitude of fans, because you've taken this beloved IP, you've taken this, it's a beautiful world that has extensive world building that is so fleshed out and so dynamic and so engaging, and so many people have such a deep love for it, myself included. And you take these actors who are clearly very invested, very excited to be part of this thing, and are willing to give it their all. You have a team who is willing to work under these less than favorable conditions, but you're still doing them dirty at every turn, doing them such a disservice. It's almost like I feel bad for the people who had to put their names on it, because clearly they're capable of so much better, but they weren't given even the smallest breath to see it through. It's heartbreaking to me. So I feel like you had it done for you. Like, the hardest part is coming up with such a cool concept and taking the time for world building and having all of those concepts fleshed out. You have the framework for it. All you need to do is give people the bare minimum time and space to do their jobs that they're very obviously very skilled at doing, or we wouldn't have had the product that we have given those limitations.
Yeah.
It hurts me. It hurts my soul.
And I was about to say, yeah, I feel like we could probably have this conversation at the end of every episode.
This is true. This is fact. I do have more things to say, though.
I was about to say, because if you have one more thing, I think we have time for one more thing, Cal.
Oh man, I have to limit my things.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Oh, did you say? Oh, I thought you said you only had one.
One is a stretch. I have things. Let me jump right in though. I love Uncle Iroh in the scene, and I think others have touched on it. But I love how you get these snippets or these windows into how politically savvy Uncle Iroh really can be, and how he must have had that skill to be able to be like at the top where he was. This great general, this great conqueror. He didn't get there just from being like a cool guy. Like there is some political know-how that you would have had to have either, even if it didn't come naturally to him, it's something that he would have developed over the years to get where he was and to be as well respected and as well revered as he was. And this is like the snippet of, we haven't really seen him employ this deeply before. You've seen little snippets, little glimpses, but this is like a full on, I'm gonna play the long con. And I think
what Fire Lord Iroh could have been.
exactly. And I just love that you see that, like, yeah, he's a sharp-witted guy. He's not just the like old man wisdom facade. Like he also has like his cunning and his insight in that regard. For example, his acceptance of Zhao's offer for general speaks volumes of duplicity, which if Zhao wasn't too busy tooting his own horn, he would have noticed. But the fact that like he had made such a point of stepping away from the Fire Nation after the death of Liu Ten, stepping away, even if he wasn't actively opposing the Fire Nation, but he had made such a distinction of stepping away from the military sphere, and for him to accept Zhao's offer immediately after the death of, or quote unquote supposed death of Prince Zuko, his beloved nephew, who he has been, traveling the world with, attached at the hip for the past few years, speaks such volumes. And Zhao is such a dumbass. I hate Zhao. Can't wait for the comeuppance that I know is coming.
Yes.
But yeah, you get to see those moments of scheming and plotting and like just really witty and cunning Iroh that I really appreciate. I think so often people are so quick to paint him in this very sweet and loving and like has done no wrong ever and could never be duplicitous, could never tell a lie, could never dip his toes in falsehood. But like Uncle Iroh didn't become this wise without dabbling in maybe less than wise endeavors. You don't get to be this wise and choose to make better choices when you don't know what it's like to not make better choices. So I think like Uncle Iroh's wisdom comes directly from experience and from having experienced so many different aspects and so many different walks of life in his travels and his time. So like this is a glimpse into that. Iroh is not just this one faceted sweet I love tea and wisdom and I'm a happy old grandpa type character. He has so many layers, and I think that the fact that even as I think someone mentioned, he's a side character, so we don't get as much time fleshing him out as like let's say Aang, we still see that he has so many layers. He is so multifaceted, even being a side character as he is. And I just think that speaks to ATLA's phenomenal character building across the board. Speaking of character building and world building, I love the Northern Water Tribe. I love all the little details, the way they incorporate their use of bending, and I love how we can see the difference in how much more developed they are compared to the Southern Water Tribe, who has had to endure raid after raid and has had their numbers decimated and is a very small village-like place versus this world power of the Northern Water Tribe. How you see the different ways water bending is incorporated. You have this ice fortress. You have these roadblocks and these passages, and also the aqueduct system.
Yeah,
the way that they are able to traverse the. I'm sorry.
I said the canals. Yeah.
Yeah, the canals, the little boats, the canals. It's very Venice. It's very like, I don't know. I find that so ingenious and such a creative application of what it is to be, the water nation, the water tribe. I think that's really cool. I think it's also really interesting. Sorry, Iris, what?
Oh, I was just gonna say they are so impressive that like Zhao, the absolute master of underestimating, does not underestimate them.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't know, I just really appreciate it. I also like that you can see that even though, yes, both water tribe, both quote unquote of the same nation or of the same way of life, that their way of life is so very different. Even their political infrastructure has differences, their culture has differences, because they're a world away from each other. So naturally there are differences in how the same people are going to develop separately. And you see this all the time with mass immigrations in real life. Places that originate from the same place but have had time to develop separately, and the distinctions that are made. I don't know, I just find that really, really interesting. And also I love the Water Tribe, and I like that we get to see like all the power and splendor of what could have been in the Southern Water Tribe, because I feel like sometimes up until this point some people might have had a very like narrow-minded of, oh well, yeah, they're cool, but they're very almost Native American-esque.
Tribalistic.
Yeah, very tribalistic, and that incorrect assumption of like, well, that must mean that they're underdeveloped, or they are savages, or they are lacking in technology, when that is not the case.
Yeah.
They have just been ravaged by war, and I think that this getting to see the other side of the world, the other side of the coin, is just really interesting and really powerful. And again, speaks to the world building, and just I love ATLA. So I think that's really cool. I also think that's really cool that we get to see the, albeit under the guise of patriarchy and misogyny, but the different ways that that waterbending is specialized. You have the healing, you have the healers, and like the insane things that they can do with healing. That I can't think of another nation's bending that is so well equipped towards the medicinal arts. You know what I mean? You get to see, I think that brief moment, which we only got a glimpse of it right now, but you get to see like the chi canals or whatever with the water when she pokes her head into that hut and she talks with her grand's friend. All of those little details are just so brilliant, and I just love it. I think that's just phenomenal. Also the fact that her friend was like, holy crap, why the heck didn't I think this sooner? You are the spitting image of Kana. I think that's so powerful, because think about it. If you had a really close friend, your best friend, your cousin, your sister, whoever, somebody who you had grown up with, and then they disappeared, didn't even get to say goodbye to them. You always wondered what became of them. And then this upstart kid is causing waves, shaking things up, and then you're like, wait a goddamn minute, you are my Spitfire friend, like you look just like her. But of course it would take you a minute for that click. Whose first thought is, oh yes, you must be my long lost friend who I haven't seen in 60 years or whatever. I don't know, I just think that that's just really a really cool touch. And I do think it brings us like a full circle moment.
Years old. Like he is shy for his age.
Oh, I for sure. It's all that water, all that exercising.
Yeah.
But I think that's really cool. I also appreciate that Katara is my queen. Like I love the fact that she is so pissed and she's not afraid to maybe it's rude, maybe it's out of line, but I don't give a frick. Like she's just so awesome. And the fact that even though she is beyond livid, she is so quick to be like, actually no, that's a me problem, let me check that anger. This anger is more important than this. Like the Avatar and the state of the world, like we have bigger goals than petty qualms. And I also love the fact that Aang is so ready to be like, well yeah, well then I'm not learning from you either, like I'm ride or die. Because I love my boy Aang. I think that's very on brand for him.
Like I think it's just what's going to happen in protracted fights in animation anyway, but you did see a lot of like when she was facing Baku, like she constantly was changing up her strategies, and I love that one of them was like early on was her just giving up on waterbending, closing the distance, and just trying to punch the guy.
Oh
yeah. But I think like, that goes to show,
like it is leveling the playing field on what she already knows, that like it's worth a try. I get why she does it.
Yes, and I think it further speaks to her innate abilities as a waterbender, because initially she had very minimal, next to no training, basically self-taught. Through her travels and through her various interactions with different types of fighters and benders, she has learned to adapt in a way that is so beautifully textbook waterbender. Like it is find another way. Water will find another way through. It will keep going until it finds a way through the rock or through whatever the obstacle is. So I think that's brilliant, and I love Katara. She's my queen, and I will wrap it up there.
Okay, I do need to go because, boy, if the other 2 episodes are going to take this long, I like have an in-person tabletop RPG thing tomorrow, and it's
you must leave
not really something I want to be late for. So, unfortunately, I will be missing the finale, but I hope you all have a lovely time with it. And yeah, if we ever do season 2, I would be thrilled.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Thank you for joining us on this journey.
Good night, Iris.
Yeah, have a
Good night.
delightful rest of your viewing, and
We love you,
I hope
Iris.
we'll be good. I love you more. That's a threat. All right. Goodbye. Have a good one.
Bye.
Alrighty then. 2 episodes left. Let's get going.
Mic drop.
Yeah, let's do this.
Why are we dropping the mic now?
Dramatic purposes.
Oh, I just noticed.
We are back. Episode 19. It started. The end has begun.
Beginning of the end.
Alrighty then. We'll start then, again, going reversed. Cow, your thoughts. Oh. Okay.
Yo.
Hey.
My thoughts. I like that we get to see Sokka shine from his broadened horizons, all his travel, all his like real world interaction and experience with the enemy, so to speak. I like that he's like, y'all are outdated, like y'all need to get up to speed. And I also appreciate that the chief recognizes this and is like, okay, clearly you know what the deal is. You've had more recent interactions than us in our little ivory towers. Tell us what's up. Tell us what's the deal. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the spirit oasis. I think that that's just like a really cool little detail, little cool little bit. I like also the detail that it's warm. Like they didn't have to have that be a thing, but I think that that is a really cool world building little detail that they put in there. I think it makes it so much more like, I don't know, it immerses you. Like, consider if you were in a frigid, cold, icy place. You can almost like you can feel that shift in temperature, that warmth, that heat. It just makes it a much more engaging thing to imagine, I suppose is the word. I appreciate Katara like gushing to Yue, being like, "Oh yeah, he's doing XYZ and he's the Avatar." And he's and then Aang being like, "Can y'all shut the hell up? I'm trying to work here." Like, big relate on my end as an ADHD kid. I was like, that's too real. I also, I know it's a stupid little like bit joke, 2-second throwaway thing, but when Momo reaches into the Spirit Oasis like pond and like it gets Yue and Katara just like scoldingly glaring, that's a lot of fun. I also appreciate Sokka trying to be like noble and do the right thing and follow duty, but Han just being so freaking insufferable that like he just can't bear it.
Oh, can you
Sorry.
bear? Can you bear
I think
yourself?
that. I did mention I was a little. I've been muting. Sorry, y'all have to.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just a little sniffly today. But yeah, I think that that's a really cool tidbit. You get to see the I'm so important and I'm so uppity versus like, I don't know, like you see Sokka, why his reasons aren't just purely, there's this pretty girl and somebody else is with her and I don't get to be with her. Like there is, I mean, there's somebody that you want and there's a reason why you can't be with that person. But I think so much of it is fueled from like a noble side. Like you don't even care about her as a person. You don't even know what interests her. You just see her as a status icon. Which I really appreciate because I don't know if the beginning of season 1 if Sokka would have made that distinction. And I think that that just goes to show all the character growth that he's had over the course of the season. That he 100% recognizes that there's more to a girl than just a pretty face. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that those are the things that are the substance things, not just the he's the chief's favorite or he's marrying the girl I like. It's the stuff beneath those things. He doesn't know anything about our enemy and he's incompetent, so why is he in a position of leadership when people's lives depend on him? Like you see that hit a nerve. Or the fact that he doesn't seem to care all that much about Yue as a person, that's hitting a nerve. So I appreciate those little subtle details that show how much more complex Sokka is than just the surface level stuff. I love the bit with Iroh saying goodbye to Zuko, and like you see him being like, okay, I'm an adult, he's an adult. I'm gonna let go. I'm gonna be, I'm cool, I'm calm and collected. And then you see him like inching back every time, like, also this thing. Remember this. Like it's so hard for him to let go because last time he let go, he lost his son, he lost that person. And we get, I think somebody in the chat mentioned it, like perhaps the first time that we get the name drop of Iroh's son.
Yeah.
I think thus far people have just been referencing, oh, your son, when you lost your son. This is the first time we hear Iroh or anyone mention him by name. So I do think that was pretty pivotal and pretty. I mean, it makes sense that when the other son figure in his life is at stake and things are very much on the line, and Iroh will be by his side if something hits the fan. Speaks volumes to that fear slipping out. Even though Iroh is an accomplished general and has all dangerous life experiences, all of these firebending skills, political savvy, and all of that, he's still afraid to lose people who are dear to him. He's still afraid to not be there if something were to go wrong. And I think that that's a fear that, any parent or honestly, anyone with a loved one can relate to. That feeling of needing to let go, but also being, crippled, paralyzed with that fear of, well, what if? What if, and I'm not there, what if? Which I just think is really meaningful and really powerful. And also just super relatable. I also like that we see my boy Zuko is a thug. Like, he out here in the he grinding, he getting it, he's swimming in Arctic waters. Like, ooh, nobody put disrespect on my boy Zuko's name. He out there, he grinding.
He's out
also
there getting things
really
done.
appreciate this. He is, and like without help, without any accommodations, without chips stacked against him, and he's still making things happen. That just, it's a testament to his drive, which we do see time and time again. But I really appreciate here of all places where it's literally like his opposite side element. He's very much outmatched in so many different ways, but he's still like, no, if there's a will, there's a way, and I have the will. I also appreciate that the second he starts facing off against Katara, he instantly was like, okay, hold up. I see, okay, you found a master, like, all right, something's different. And I think that's a testament to him as a fighter and as a bender, that he can instantly notice the difference because they've crossed, I won't say have thrown hands before, but you know what I mean, like they've clashed before. He can instantly notice the shift, the difference, how much more sharp it is, how much more oomph there is. Like, it's not sloppy, it's not wasted effort, it's very honed down. And I think that just shows what a like how much Zuko pays attention. I think Zuko gets a lot of flack of being like brash and maybe a little hot-headed and not always thinking things through. But when he has his moments of perceptiveness, he has his moments of paying attention and noticing those differences, those nuances. He's not just all blockbuster. So I really appreciate that. And I will leave it there because I'm sure everyone else has plenty to say. Oh, one last thing. I love Katara kicking everyone's ass in the beginning. That's my queen. I love her. Okay, my God.
Breaking news. Badass woman continues to be badass, and we love her for it.
I love also, sorry, one last thing. I love that they mentioned that Aang is very much flying by on raw talent. He's a freaking avatar. So I love that we see Katara's not just good off of sheer skill, like just sheer talent, God-given gift. Like, she grinds and she works, and it shows. Like, the effort shows. She's not just flying by on whim and, I'm sorry, I'm gonna sneeze. Flying by on just, sorry, I muted. Flying by on.
Sneeze. Hope it was a very satisfying sneeze.
It was a solid one. Flying by on just like, oh, I got this. I'm having a great time and super easy. Like, she grinds and she's there. She is there working. And I love that all of the benders that have been with Paku for a while now can't even stand up to it. That's just, what a flex, my girl. What a flex. I love them. I'll leave it there.
Already done. Moving up, James.
Yeah, can confirm I heard that Four Seasons theme again while UA was on screen. Yeah, it's either a theme for UA or a theme for UA and Sokka's brief interactions throughout. But yeah, it's interesting. I would have to talk to Lucia. I didn't pay attention to the lyrics. I'm sure she knows them and can elaborate on that and see more of the connection there. Also, I found it interesting that the music got softer and softer as we got to the ending where Zuko is walking off with Aang. And I don't think there's any music in that last shot before the credits rolled.
Yeah, it's pretty ominous, as some people in chat were saying.
I find that so powerful because I don't know if people who have grown up in the North might know, or anyone who's been in a place with snow, that kind of deafening like blanket, the way sound or the way snow muffles sound in that way, where either all you hear is the wind or you hear nothing. And I just think that that's another moment of like, it's a really immersive detail that makes you feel like you're there. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
Yeah. No, that was important. That was relevant.
Yeah.
Thank
Oh
you.
no, you broke your
for-
streak. Streak and a half with no apologies.
I'm sorry. I felt like I was monopolizing.
No.
You made a record, Cal. We're proud of you, though. Anyways.
Thank you.
Made so much progress.
Yeah, here's the thing. I have the opposite problem where I struggle to find the words that I want to say. It takes me a minute to translate my thoughts into words. So help is appreciated. But yeah, that is interesting that the snow would that the snow and the wind would play a part in the music dying down. Because sometimes there is a lot of tension in silence, and yeah, interesting
And
to
I think the
always
way
think
it
about that.
pans out as well, like it really emphasizes the fact of like Zuko out there alone with the Avatar. That puts Aang in danger. That puts Zuko in danger. And I just think it's
Yeah,
just a really powerful choice that they've made in that.
and also the fact that it is the North Pole, like moving further away from civilization into just a continent of ice and snow.
Right, that barren tundra, that wide expanse of nothing. Like that's really powerful. That's daunting.
Yeah. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Alrighty. Then Dorn.
I'm a thing now?
Yes, you are a thing. You are a thing that speaks.
Yes.
Speak, apparition.
Has it dawned on you that you're a thing now? But I'm.
I love you guys. Especially you, Cal. Yeah, yeah, no, honestly, I don't have so much to say that's already been said, but yeah, I will say that the care that, of course, I also vibe a lot with the care that Iroh has towards Zuko. And Han, man, like, I cannot believe, like, I cannot blame Sokka for being like, I cannot believe, like, Yue is marrying this guy. I don't, like, really? Because, I mean, the fact that because the way that he was, like, more, from what he said to Sokka, he was, like, more interested in the fact that, oh, gets me points with a chieftain. It's like, wait, you're just caring about the position and the perks itself instead of like the person, which is Yue. So I understand 100% why Sokka like tweaked out there on him. Yeah, and absolutely. Katara being badass at the beginning was also great because it really shows how much she's progressed. And that's also why I really like that little line of Zuko saying, "You little peasant, you found a master." Because like I think that's sort of like a recognition from him, like, okay, this girl is like gone to places, like, all right, like she's improved, like from the first times we clashed. So it's kind of like almost a bit of like, maybe I would say even grudging respect for her at this point, because I mean she really threw him around there. But then of course when the sun rose, the tables turned, as Zuko said, like my power rises with the sun.
Yeah, I think this is the first time they say this, right? They say they flat say, "Oh yeah, the firebenders get their power from the sun."
Yes, yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
which is such a quick line, but adds so much to the world building. Like that's such a quick little bit that fleshes out so much and gives out so much more information with which to play with in terms of the world. Sorry.
that's okay. Definitely, I totally agree with that. And then of course, mad. Like it also just once again we're reminded of the fact that Zhao is like so obsessed with his legacy, saying like, yeah, the history books will talk about the amazing Admiral Zhao. And Iroh's like, and Iroh makes a good point, saying like, buddy, listen, history doesn't is not always kind to its subjects. And then of course he has to retaliate with a barb, saying like, oh, I know you speak from experience from your legendary failure, Ba Sing Se. And I was just like he doesn't say anything, but I can just headcanon in my head that he's probably thinking, this freaking guy. Because and of course, especially because I wonder if like when Zhao was saying I'm gonna take the moon out of the equation, if I was already suspecting like does he mean by that? Because like the moon is the moon. Like what are you talking about? So I'm wondering like if he was already starting to suspect on the rewatch now, like that Zhao was thinking of doing something spirit wise to sort of like secure the victory of the Fire Nation. It was just like a little it was just a little thought I had upon rewatch there. And yeah, also the battle. Oh, and also the Aang Sass is really hilarious when he's trying to meditate. Like I can relate. It's like, guys, yes, I can meditate and focus, but it's really hard when you guys are like whispering, whispering, whispering all the time behind my where I can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
But yeah, and the last thing I wanted to say is that I do also love the fact that when Aang takes the fight and he handles a bunch of the initial ships, and then he sees the massive scale of the Fire Nation and how he has like that sort of vulnerability again where Katara comforts him, but that vulnerability when he's like, I can't fight them all, he says, because he says the truth. He's like, I'm just a kid. So again, it's kind of like that tragedy that he's thrust in this role that he didn't want, and he's got to deal with this freaking war that has like so many long impact consequences. But I do, however, like his determination at the beginning of the episode when he says like, I was not there when the Fire Nation attacked my people. So that lingering guilt is still there, but he also says, but this time I'm gonna make a difference. Like he's determined to do so. That's why he's so hyped when Yui says, "Hey, we got a place for the spirits, so you can talk to the spirits." And he's like, "Absolutely, they can do like a spirit super weapon on them, or just wisdom."
I can
I love
finally
that
use my
comical
avatar
moment.
stuff for something useful.
Yeah, and then he's like, "Oh, or wisdom." That also works. Yeah, no, the little moments of humor interspersed in this show is so great. Even when Aang is fighting that what I call him, a shipmaster or or tep or an head engineer, that guy with both those two dual hammers and the chains. But like when he almost like got Aang and there was that comedic like oh shit, like he almost get him there. So I love those moments. Yeah. But not much more to say because honestly, the most stuff I have to say is probably going to be in the next episode. But yeah,
Yeah.
I love like how it does set the stakes for this whole conflict right now.
Yeah. So with that being said, here's how we're gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna quickly say my one thing. I only have one thing to say. Adam's gonna say whatever, and also give us the drink, and then Lucia and Kate will close us out. So real quick, my one thing. I have only one thing to say with this episode, and I remember it specifically because when Zuko in this episode says, "You found a master," that's him recognizing the game. But if correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't in the Natla version where Zuko says, "You found a master," doesn't Katara say back, "You're looking at her"? Isn't that how
Yeah.
it goes? Yeah, and it just compounds off of all the stuff we mentioned last time, where it just like Katara has basically no humility whatsoever, but also just like yeah, I mean yeah, she guess she didn't learn from the master because she just somehow got all the stuff instead of how much she worked for it in the cartoon. But yeah, oof. But again, all the stuff was good. I'm also happy again to like we talked before, the first actual mention of Iroh's son being lost. It was a very good moment. And yeah, also real quick, I because I don't think I'll have much to say. Zilla, hello, welcome,
Hello.
welcome.
Hi, Zilla.
I
Well,
just got home from work.
yeah, welcome, welcome,
Hello.
welcome, welcome, Zilla. He is the voice of our Fire Lord Ozai.
Yep.
You're about to call him Oizai, which is the
Oizai?
Yiddish version.
Oizai? What?
Hey, you gotta take care of the Fire Lord, Oizai. He's giving us all the schmilkes.
Oh dear.
Okay, so we're in Brooklyn now.
I guess so. That's where up north we're at.
Uh,
Yeah. So I'm going to assume that you're going to probably save our thoughts because we're about to jump into or Lucia and Adam are going to give their last thoughts, and then we're going to jump into the final episode.
Okay.
So do you think you'll save your thoughts for then?
Yeah, sure.
Alrighty then. We'll
Okay.
talk more later then. All right then,
All right.
Adam, your thoughts
Right.
and your drink.
Okay, so so the thing that I noticed, and this has nothing to do with the story or the characters or the plot or anything. This is just something that uh that I found kind of distracting. What was with all the fade to whites? That's not something they were doing before.
I guess the snow.
Yeah, but there's no like snow-like transition. There's just a flash of white. It's like, whoa, next scene. Well, okay. Zuko's underwater now. Oh, we're back at the Spirit Oasis.
Hmm.
But yeah. Appa's a big dog again in this episode. I always like those moments. He gets on top of Sokka, licks him. He's like a big old Saint Bernard.
Yeah.
Doesn't know, not aware of how big he is. I don't know how much analysis I really have, other than we get to see the Katara and Yue disappointed meme face. That was. I forgot it was towards Momo. I thought it was something stupid that Aang and Sokka did. But no, it was Momo. But it was fun. It's a good face. Also like that unleashing a spirit attack was Aang's joke answer of going into the spirit world.
And
that turns out to what actually, but then it turns out to actually what happens in the next episode. So a little bit, some silly foreshadowing. We love to see it. It reminds me of that episode of Steven Universe, where Sapphire. Does anyone remember this? Sapphire says, "What was when she's upset that she can't find Ruby." And she cries into her hands like, "Why is she a cowboy?" And when I saw that, I was like, "That's pretty funny. That seems like something silly a character would do." Then we see 2 episodes later, she becomes a cowboy in that episode.
Imagine writing a joke that is only funny on a rewatch.
Well, no, it was fun. No, it was funnier on the first watch because the cowboy thing comes out of nowhere.
So you think it's just for a joke, and then it was joke shadowing.
Yes, exactly. I like that. That's fun.
Joke shadowing,
where a joke, or like or sticking with Steven Universe, all the stuff with Ronaldo, because he foreshadowed the diamonds coming into the picture, but we didn't take him seriously because he's fucking Ronaldo. He's crazy. He's a neckbeard conspiracy theorist, but he turns out he was right. I expected snake people to show up because he talked about Sneeple coming. Because I thought the joke was like he's got ridiculous theories, but they turn out to be right in the end. Anyway, so
the drink.
My drink. So I came up with the idea of based around the healing water from the Oasis. Technically, we don't see that until the premiere of season 2, when they give Katara that vial. But we do see the Oasis here, and we know about and we do learn about the healing practices of the Northern Water Tribe. So I decided to do that here, and so I created a drink. Let me pull it up on my phone because I made notes. I made a draft that I'm going to send out once I'm done explaining. I call it Oasis Healing Water. And the theme behind this drink is that all of its components were, at one point or another, used for their medicinal purposes.
Ooh, is this a whiskey drink?
Okay.
Yeah, so. The first ingredient, our base, is going to be gin. Gin was developed from a Dutch spirit called Yaniver. It's made out of juniper berries, which during the Black Plague were used by plague doctors to disinfect when they were taking care of sick people. And then when Yaniver came around, it was used as sort of a relaxant for like soldiers. So you're going to put 2 ounces of that into your mixing glass. Next, you're going to put in 3 ounces of tonic water, or you can put in as much tonic water as you want. It's to taste. I put note or to taste. Tonic water contains quinine, which, if you don't know, is used to treat malaria. If this is sounding familiar, that yes, this is it's by coincidence turned out to be a gin and tonic variation. So yep, take your tonic water, put that in your mixing glass. Next, cut up a line, squeeze out 3/4 ounces of lime juice. If anyone's up on their pirate lore, people will know that citrus fruits like lime are used to cure scurvy. And so we're going to and here's where I put in my twist. I decided to put in 1/4 ounce, and I must preface, you need it, keep it to 1/4 ounce of absinthe. Absinthe was developed by a Swedish physician, and was also used for medicinal purposes. I'm not entirely sure what. There was also a movement called absinthism, where it was used for its psychotropic abilities. There has been some debate whether or not that's true, or people just got really drunk off of it because it is 62% alcohol, which is why even 1/4 ounce is a lot. Most drinks that use absinthe only use it to rinse the glass. I usually put it. I have an atomizer that I spray the glass with, and then also some people like pour a little bit into the glass, spin it around so so all the walls of the glass have a coat of absinthe on it, and then you dump the rest. So that's absinthe, and then the last thing is you put in a couple of dashes of Peychaud's bitters. Peychaud's bitter is named after its inventor, Antoine Peychaud. He was born in Haiti, later moved to New Orleans, where he became an apothecary and sold this tincture that was said to help you with certain ailments. Now, he wasn't it was the 1800s. He may have been a quack. I haven't done enough research on it. But that's how it was sold, so I decided to add it to the drink. So now that's all your ingredients. You're going to stir that into your mixing glass, and then you're going to strain it into a rocks glass. Normally, a gin and tonic you would just have on the rocks in a tall glass, but I didn't think that was themed right, because you wouldn't drink your healing water like a soda. You would have like a little cup that you'd sip from. And there you go. That is your Oasis healing water. If you want to garnish it with lime, you could. I didn't, because that also didn't seem thematic. And yeah, I'm gonna and then I was drinking it at the beginning of the stream. If you like a gin and tonic, it's right where it's at. The absinthe is a very strong flavor, and it can't. So if you don't
want much of it, you said, right?
You don't want much of it. It's a 1/4 ounce, but even then, it's a very strong note. Absinthe, if you don't know, is made from anise, fennel, and wormwood, and it has a very strong licorice type flavor. So if you like licorice, you might like this. It's pretty bitter. So if it's too bitter for you, just add a little more tonic water. That adds some sweetness to it. But otherwise, I think it's pretty serviceable. It it's got kind of a medicinal taste to it. Not like cough syrup, but you get the feeling that you kind of get the vibes that someone would drink this during a war for its medicinal purposes.
Yeah, for all the stuff you mentioned.
Yeah, and plus the absinthe and the lime juice gives it sort of a little a greenish tincture, greenish hue, which I know it's not exactly blue. Though I did note in my notes, if you have a blue gin, you can use that, because I know there's Empress gin, that's sort of blue. I know a lot of gin is made with butterfly pea water.
Is that real? Or wait, is that just what it's called?
It's butterfly PEA.
PEA. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, the vegetable.
Okay, very good. Okay, sorry, I do not know much about the stuff. Although I will say, Adam, this is probably the most fascinating one you have described thus far because of the medical background stuff.
Yeah, no, I do try to do some thematic stuff with it. Like last time when I did the air scooter, I selected the Frangelico because at least allegedly it was developed by monks.
Yeah. It's very, very, very layered.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So sorry. I was about to say. So is that all the stuff with the drink then?
That's basically it. I don't have a big conclusion about it.
Okay.
If you like a gin and tonic, you might like this. Just be careful. Just know that it's a little more bitter because you're putting in the absinthe and the Peychaud's bitters, but you can counterbalance that ever you like. If you want, put in some sugar, put in some simple syrup, or some sort of sweetener. Tonic water serves as a sweetener, so you can just top it off a little more. And yeah, that's Oasis healing water.
Ooh, alrighty then. Then Kate and Lucia. Sorry to kind of squeeze you in here, but
Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, I like this episode. The whole black snow stuff I thought was really cool as a kid.
Oh, yeah.
My only real big thing to say is this is now the moment where
I do have one quick thing. I forgot.
What is it, Adam?
Through this series, we've been pointing out the appearances of a certain leader of a 5-person team that aired on Cartoon Network, and in this episode, we got a different one because Ben Diskin voices Han.
All right, Nigel. Got Nigel.
Number 1, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what it was.
Instead of Robin, we got Nigel. Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this episode, this is the point where from now till the end of the show.
Two, I forget his name, but Ben Diskin was also the other kid from the Kids Next Door.
Oh,
number
okay,
2.
Number 2.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Cade, continue with what you were saying.
I'm sorry. Just go ahead.
No, it's okay. So
he's his name, by the way.
As of this point, we have hit the point in the show where we never go back from, where Zuko has now gone from being stronger than everybody in the gang except Aang to now being on equal footing with Katara, because from this point onward she has caught up to him, and those two stay kind of on equal terms with each other as they for about the rest of the show for the most part. Because before this, Zuko was very capable of just getting rid of batting away Katara, but that was no longer true from this point forward. And I remember there was some comments in the YouTube chat about like who the prodigies of the team are, and it's funny. I had a discussion with some people a while ago, but it's kind of funny because while technically, yes, Aang is a bending prodigy, it kind of feels like cheating to call the Avatar a bending prodigy since their whole purpose is to learn all 4 elements.
Yeah, that's
Kinda
that's it's
Yeah,
the
I have to
Avatar's
agree with
job
you
to be a
there.
prodigy.
So, while technically, yes, Aang is a bending prodigy, I feel like he kind of doesn't really deserve the title of prodigy as the Avatar. He kind of
I
gets
mean,
special treatment there.
it's pretty much the Avatar's job to be a prodigy.
Yeah, it's like the definition of the Avatar.
If your avatar isn't prodigizing, they're doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Are they
So-
even the Avatar though?
With that said, not counting Aang, as far as book 1 goes, Katara, I would say, is the prodigy of Team Avatar because the moment she actually got a teacher, her like skill like skyrocketed in a very short amount of time.
Yes.
Compared to Zuko, who I would say is not actually a prodigy compared to everybody he tends to hang around with, which includes his uncle. But he just had a whole large amount of training, so he just had a huge head start. But now that Katara's caught up, she just kind of keeps up with them for the rest of the series. I wanted to mention that we hit that special point. I'd like to mention that it's funny when you finally realize the reason that when Zuko fires that giant blast at Katara and she blocks it and she just seemingly gets sent back like Zuko like punch her like Dragon Ball style. It's funny to realize that it's like the reason that happens in this show a lot, especially to waterbenders, is because when you block water, when you use water to block a fire blast, of course the water's going to turn to steam. What I think a lot of people understandably don't know because it doesn't happen all the time, steam is far from a harmless material. It is hot and it expands. So what's happening is the fire hits the water and it turns to steam so quickly that the air just pushes Katara backwards from the sheer expansion of
It can
it.
store a lot of games too. though.
Preach it. I was gonna say that like a steam engine is one of the earliest like starts of the Industrial Revolution. Like steam is not powerless. It definitely has a lot of oomph. So thank you for pointing that out, Cade.
It's also steam is very dangerous in large quantities.
Yeah, you can really burn yourself with just steam alone. I know I have.
And we mentioned a lot in the YouTube comments as well. The reason Zuko takes off his like little mask before he starts swimming is because if he were to dive into the water with the mask up, by the time it doesn't matter while he's still underwater. What matters is when he comes up. If you try to gasp for air with a wet cloth stuck to your nose and mouth, you're gonna waterboard yourself.
I can attest from personal experience. Actually, I think Kate and Lucia were there for one of the times.
We did go swimming with you like once at a beach, so yeah, I remember.
Yeah, and I got too into the game and then almost killed myself as a result.
My turn.
It is now. I will now hand the floor to Lucia.
I know some people think that the romance between Yue and Sokka is underdeveloped, and they say it wasn't that good. They could have done more. I want us to just say this. I think it's perfect. It doesn't have to be the greatest love story of all time. The point is just that they're two teenagers that like each other and they want to kiss, and the whole reason they can't is the problem. Sometimes it doesn't have to be the greatest love story. Sometimes just the fact that two teenagers can't hold hands and kiss and figure it out is the tragedy. And I think that's exactly
purpose.
And I think also I've seen some people praising that Netflix UA is better, and I just gotta say, no. Amber Midthunder, who they cast as UA, is amazing, and that's fooling you. The writing is bad. Just Amber Midthunder is incredible, but
okay, how do they mess her up? I need to know.
Well, I'm really frustrated by the fact that it's clear they were trying to be like, oh, we're modern now, and in modern feminist, which isn't feminism at all.
Did they girl bossify her too?
They girl bossified her, so she is now the spiritual leader of the Northern Water Tribe. And Han is no longer a jerk who just wants to marry her for political gain. Han is now the most base Chad ever. And she broke up with him. She just broke off the engagement. And the headache this gave me that they simultaneously tried to have Paku be like, well, I don't train women. Women heal here. But then Yue is out here being their spiritual leader, their future chief. And she also just broke off the engagement she didn't like. Not even because the guy was mean. He was totally nice. She just said, I don't want to marry you. And he was like, I respect that. And just what is the message here? So are you telling me the North isn't sexist? It's just Paku. Like Paku is the one jerk.
Now I'm thinking of that bearded Chad meme. It's like, hey, I'm cool with that.
Yeah. And it bothers me because like it completely takes away everything that made Yue so powerful. Because Yue in Natla, they want us to believe this strong boss babe, spiritual leader to her people. She turns down her engagement whenever she feels like it, and she can journey in the spirit world as a fox with extra tails whenever she wants to. All of this completely ruins what makes her sacrifice so impactful. Because the Yue here is a person who is expected to give up everything of herself for her people. And she does it. Like she tells Sokka, I don't love my fiance, but I love my people. Her whole life has been nothing but doing what is best for her people, sacrificing for her people. I mean, even the fact that she was born stillborn and they put her in the water and she was blessed by the moon spirit, brought back to life for what? She can't even die in peace. Everything is about what her people want, what her people need. And Sokka's the one thing that she's ever stopped to want for herself. And in her last moments, her one moment of agency is to choose to say no when Sokka tells her to stay with him, to not do this. The one time she stands up to someone she loves of her people is to tell him, no, I won't stay with you, even though I love you. Even in her death, her one act of agency is to put duty first. And she's rewarded by becoming the moon spirit. And I know people want to look at that and go, that is a bad message. That is an anti-feminist message. And I disagree. I think sometimes we forget that not all stories of resistance, not all stories of strength have happy endings. The fact that Yue, in that moment, she didn't have to freeze Sokka to stop him. And this is one of my, it's so bad. In Natla, she freezes Sokka, showing she clearly doesn't trust him to respect her because he's going to follow her. She freezes him to the ground, and Sokka stands there ineffectively going, no, 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 Yue, no. And it's so awkward. And we're about to see this, the way she actually goes is that Sokka takes her hand and tries to stop her. The man that you remember, Sokka's whole thing was that he's a protector. For their own good, the women should shut up and listen to him. And Yue, by the other hand, is the other side of that coin. Whatever my father, what Paku, what my fiance, what the men tell me to do, I do it for my people. In this moment, Sokka says, don't go, trying to protect her. Yue says, I have to do this, defies him and makes her own choice. And Sokka doesn't stop her. He understands, he respects. It is the conclusion of that arc for him. He, against what he wants and against his own desire to protect her, to fulfill his duty as a warrior. Remember, he was assigned to protect her. He respects her choice and lets her go. And she makes her own choice. And that is such a powerful statement that is completely missing for what? To have Yue bending water bending ice cream and telling Sokka, what, did you think I was stuck up? Tee hee hee, aren't I so cheeky? And it's just such a waste, man. It's like the women in Natla can't have nothing. Let me tell you. And for that, Tiffany, I understand what you mean about being frustrated with feminism. Faux feminism is freaking BS, man. We got to take it back to the roots. Give us strong, well-written characters, not yassified girl bosses. Katara saying, don't knock me down to Paku is a million times more powerful than the generic, is that the best you got, that we get. And no hate to Kia Wentio. She's absolutely incredible. If you think she's a bad actress, please check her out in Anne with an E or Beans. She's incredible. It is not.
Oh, she was an Anne with an E. Oh my god.
That's
Sorry,
her.
I love that show.
That's not on the acting. That's on the
It
writing.
is not an actress at all. But I just want to put that out there because a lot of people keep calling her the weakest actress, and I just want to say it's not true. It is not her fault. I would actually argue
she's just got the weakest material.
I would actually argue Osley is the worst of the kids, and a lot of people say he's the best, and I go, no. He has quips. Quips are a lot easier to get out than long, clunky dialogue. But during that dramatic scene with Yue, oof, dude, that acting's rough. And again, I don't blame him. This is the material. This is the direction. Don't come for my girl Kia Wentio is all I'm saying. Anyway, think about what she says in both of these. In Natla, she says, "Is that all you've got, old man?" as if she thinks she could beat him, as if she thinks she's better than him. That's not the point. Of course she's not going to beat him. What the hell? She's barely been, learning how to bend actively for a month during this whole journey. And it's a generic ass line. We've heard a million times. What does she say in the original? She says, "You can't knock me down."
Basically saying she's not gonna give up.
Exactly. She knows
Like she knows she's outmatched.
Yeah.
The
The
Captain
point is,
America, I can do this all day sort of mentality.
Yeah.
and this is a statement not only that applies to a woman speaking to a man or a young person speaking to an old person. It even applies from the Southern Water Tribe speaking to the Northern Water Tribe. With everything the Southern Water Tribe has suffered, the way the Fire Nation has raided them and broken them down into almost nothing, and yet she still arose, a waterbender. You cannot knock me down. I endured the Fire Nation. I survived. You think you're going to make me stop, old man? And that is such a powerful message of endurance and defiance and civil disobedience. And they replaced it with, "Is that the best you got?" And I just want to freaking sit down, whoever wrote that, and go, I know Netflix probably put unfinished outlines out there and told you start filming, but please, for the love of God, why? Like, why did you do this? And same thing with Zuko saying, "You little peasant, you found a master." He's belittling her because he's frustrated, because he's faced her before and he's easily taken her out because he has years of more training and experience than her. And in this moment, she's beating his ass. And because Zuko is a prideful little shit at this point, he tries to insult her out of class. It's all he has. I'm a prince and you're a peasant. You're beating my ass. All I've got left is to make fun of you for your status. You little peasant, you found a master. And they ruin it in Natla by having Katara be like, "Yeah, I'm the master." What does this even mean? Like, unearned pride, unearned arrogance is so much less interesting than a Katara who fought for this position, who to get here, for this experience, who scraped. It is the ultimate example how even Zuko, with everything he's been through and how much he suffered, is still privileged, dude. He's still a prince with the best trainers and tutors in the world. And he's talking down to this girl who's literally had nothing her whole life. She lives in a little igloo, a little tent, because his people destroyed her culture. And the best he can think to do is talk down to her. And Katara doesn't even fucking need to dignify that with a response. She just keeps fighting. This whole, "Yeah, I'm the master." Like, just, it's so arrogant. And it's more like what the energy Zuko's projecting. And I'm not about it. I don't know. I think this misguided attempt to make it more like, yes, queen empowering is actually so shallow and 1,000 times less feminist and empowering than the original.
So what's the opposite of yes, queen? Like just no queen? Is that what we're calling it?
The opposite of yes, queen would be go comrade, because Katara absolutely is not pro monarchy. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Comrade.
Go comrade.
It makes me think of that
no.
line. Anyone who needs to say they are the king is no true king. I think so much is put into what they're saying and what they're proclaiming, but arrogance is not strength.
Yeah.
Like, methinks the lady doth protest too much. It's literally like, put your money where your mouth is. Like, your actions should speak, not your words.
And you know what? This embodies their elements perfectly. Because what does Zuko do? He tries to dunk on her. He tries to be aggressive. He tries to literally and metaphorically burn her. Like, that's what he tries to do. And what does Katara do? She adapts. She changes. She flows. She keeps moving and doesn't let her stop her, like water. Try connecting a river to the ocean and then try to stop it. Actually, don't do that. You won't be able to stop it and you might get arrested.
It's an ecological disaster.
The point is, you can't stop it. It keeps flowing. It keeps moving. You can't knock her down. You can't dam her up. You can't shut her up. And Zuko's frustrated because what does he know except attack, attack, attack? And that's doing nothing against someone who just takes whatever he takes and sends that energy right back. Not what he's used to. And like, it's just moments like this that really are missing from Natla. The way the characters embody the philosophies of their nations, and the philosophies of their nations are informed by their elements.
Yeah.
Could I chime in one last thing on what Lucia said? Sorry.
Cows,
okay.
It is my turn, and I will use it to cede to you because I love you and everything you say is perfect. So, girl.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
Comrade.
I just wanted to point out.
Comrade, do it. Go.
This is our
Yes,
stream.
comrade. Go, comrade. You little kid, you've taken a media literacy class. No, do it. I love all of your
I
insight.
was just gonna
I
point
see you.
out the way everything you said was brilliant, but I wanted to point out with what you said about Yue and how her moment of defiance, her moment of choice was to choose duty because that's what she wanted, that's what she valued. And I thought it was worth mentioning. You never hear when men choose duty, oh, poor him. Oh, he deserved better. No, they're exalted, they're praised. You might say, yeah, that was a tragic choice, but they're still revered for the honor and the dedication that they display when they choose duty, when they choose the right thing over personal gain. And so I think everyone knee-jerk reaction to being, oh, well, poor her, she didn't get another choice. No, she made her choice, and it's the choice she wanted to make, and she deserves that same level of revelry, the same level of reverence, of respect, of honor in choosing duty. It was not oh, poor her, it was a hell yeah her, that is what she chose. She's a fucking hero, pardon my French. So I just think it's worth pointing out. So often you see men choosing duty, and it's not, nobody bats an eye. Of course, the guy is going to choose duty. Of course, of course. And yes, they deserve all of the honor and praise that comes with making a difficult choice and sticking to your guns. But so does Yue. Yue is not some boohoo poor her. She made a choice knowing the full implications, and she deserves all of the reverence and all the praise and all of the honor and glory that comes with making that difficult decision and following it through because that is what she believed. So that is all I wanted to add on.
You know what? I think that's a perfect example. And you know who perfectly shows this in the show? Sokka. Because when Sokka sacrifices for others, everyone's like, yes, Sokka. When we hear about how Sokka, tried so hard to protect Katara and he's ready to die. He's literally willing to die to protect her. Everyone's like, what a great brother, what a great man, what a great warrior. But when Yue does it, like you said, oh, poor thing. No one say she didn't get a choice. It's like, no, that was her choice. Choosing duty, that's what she valued. That's honorable. Zuko can prattle about honor all day, and we're all like, yes, boy, you already have your honor. But Yue does it. We're all like, she's a victim. Like, no, dude, respect her choice. That was she said
like,
no.
how are we removing agency from her, even like act, by saying that the one choice that she made with her full chest was not even a choice? Like, that is removing her agency.
Boo-hoo.
Yeah.
No, she made the choice, and I think belittling the like, it was an active action on her part, an active decision that she made. By removing that or undercutting that, reducing that, it takes away that moment from her. So now what? Now you're saying she had no choice in anything ever? So you're just going to reduce her to a little wimpy thing with no motivation and no will? No, she made her choice with her full chest, with her full heart.
Her powerful choice of choosing her people, her duty, even if it meant her life, even against the boys she loves telling her don't do it. That's the first time she tells someone, like, no, I'm not going to do that. Actually, I'm not going to do what you want me to.
She was completely ready to sacrifice herself.
Yeah. And I'm just sad that ATLA had Momo get crushed by rocks in a scene that makes no sense. By the way, the conveyance for that scene is insane. Like, the rocks come from a different angle than where they fall, and the way Momo comes into the screen versus where he like, none of that scene makes sense. And the kid just disappears, and no one even checks on the kid that Momo pushes out of the way. And then Momo goes into the oasis. Does this mean Momo's the moon spirit, guys?
No.
Chat. Is Momo now the moon spirit? Can Momo water?
Vote now on your phone.
Vote now on your phone.
Vote now on
So
your phone.
here's the thing: Momo means peach. Peach
Mm-hmm.
emoji. The peach emoji is commonly used to mean butt. And when you show your butt to someone, it's called mooning.
There we go, full circle moment. And the moon is a circle.
And what does the fox in the spirit world to Sokka?
Moons him. Anyway, all of that
Think about
to say, I am incredibly frustrated with how every single female character in ATLA is treated, and Yue is one of them, because I actually really love Yue, because she shows a different sort of strength. Most of the women in the show are fighters, and that's awesome. I'm all for a bad girl who can freaking hold her own fighting. I love buff women. I love it. I'm all for it. But that's not the only sort of strength. And the idea that every woman has to be a fighter, that if there's one thing I can fault ATLA for here, it's that Yagoda kind of got dismissed when she shouldn't have been, because being a healer is not an inherently lesser ability. In
He's
fact, it's
incredibly
incredible.
valuable.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And I feel it like if we had gotten a book 4, we would have seen a Katara that would have grown to realize she doesn't have to pick and that she can be both. She can be a fighter and a healer, and healers aren't lesser. And I was hoping that that was the one thing Natla would have kind of like focused on, is that healing is also highly valuable. But instead, Natla wants us to believe, I guess, that Paku's the only sexist in the entire water tribe, rather than him being a well-respected elder in the community, upholding values that they all have, expressed and shared and carried on. Natla acts like Paku is the only one, and like everyone was just
Baku, the
waiting.
last sexist.
Yeah, yeah.
The last
Like, everyone was
sexism
waiting
bender.
because it gets me. Like Katara stands up to him, and all of a sudden Yagoda is also like, "Oh, you old fool, just let us fight." And I was like, "Dude, like, so are you want me? You want me to
Yeah,
believe that the
let's
entire
put all of our healers on the front
Yeah, I remember
lines.
saying,
yeah,
Right?
smart, right?
Instead
And
of
you
where
want
they're
me to
healing.
believe
What
you
like,
want me
what
to
are they
believe
like?
that like the entire water
They're
tribe was
fighters.
just
What are they
here
gonna
like
do?
was just thinking like sexism is dumb, but like no one wants to confront Paku. He's kind of old and dumb. Like, no, dude, he was a respected elder. He was upholding their beliefs. It wasn't just Paku's backwards. The idea that Yagoda would be like, "Oh, give it up, you old fool," is absolute bunk, dude. He's a respected elder. And it frustrates me because once again, it thinks it's sending a powerful message when actually it's undercutting it. Because let me tell you, and I don't know how many of you have experienced sexism, whether you're a man, a woman, non-binary, whatever. If you've ever experienced it, it's not usually one person, right? It's structural. It's something at work, or it's something in your
It's
hobbies, or
the
it's something.
system.
It's the system. It's
It's
wider than.
systemic.
And so like this idea that like Katara just had to tell this one rude old guy like, "Shut up, you're dumb," ratio and L, and also you're white. Like that's all she had to say. And suddenly everybody was like, "Yeah, actually, fuck you, Paku." Like it's just bullshit, dude. She did it publicly because this was an attitude many people shared. And she fought against the elder that no one else questioned because they respected and revered him. He wasn't a crazy old man being like, "Women suck," and everyone's like, "Oh, that's just Paku, don't listen to him." Like, it's just backwards. And it makes Katara's fight so much dumber because it turns it into she's beefing with this one old man who everyone's just like, "Leave the crazy old man alone," instead of she's fighting a system, which is way more of a powerful, impactful statement. And yet they think they girl bossed her because what? She says she's a boss? Like, it's just. Anyway, bad writing versus great writing, amazing writing. Aang saying I'm just one kid and wanting to give up because it took all his energy to take out 12 ships and there's hundreds of them. I gotta say, incredible line. Like you really feel what this poor 12-year-old's up against. And it just makes me realize how dumb Natla is for saying that Ozai purposely wasted hundreds, if not thousands, of their military.
Oh yeah, for a distraction.
For a distraction
Yes.
for Omashu, which, as Iris pointed out, doesn't have anything to do with the Northern Water Tribe, so it's not a distraction. Anyway,
I also appreciate the way Yue says, "But you have to. You're the Avatar,"
I
and
mean,
like it puts into context like the
Ozai always
weight
has
on
been
his
very.
shoulders.
yeah, how she feels, right? Duty before all else. So when Aang says, "I can't
Mm.
do it," Yue goes, "What do you mean can't?" And I also want to bring up this is an amazing parallel to Azula, who is later we will find out more about her. Obviously, she hasn't shown up much yet, but Azula is a character who's also bound by duty. She's so bound by it. You'll notice that she's always just like Yue tells Aang, "You have to. You're the Avatar, right? That's his role." Just like Yue's playing her role. Azula's the same. What does she do? She threatens Ty Lee because Ty Lee's not playing her role. She tries to get Zuko home in honor to play his role. She's bound by duty. The only one she didn't have to freaking mess with to get them to join was May, because May knows her role. She plays her role. Her dad tells her, "Be quiet because we don't want you ruining my chances at political whatever." And she does it. She behaves. She's quiet. She represses herself. She plays her role, which is why Azula, when she confronts her, says, "You know the consequences. You of all people." Why does she say that? Because May is the only one Azula doesn't think she has to keep in line playing her role. She knows May, like her, is bound by duty. And we see an excellent parallel with Yue here. And we see Yue choosing her people and her duty to save them in a way that is positive and empowering, versus Azula, who is tied to this toxic duty and an abusive father, and it literally breaks her mentally in the end. Anyway, I have a lot of thoughts. I could go forever. We could probably watch the last
Yeah,
episode
I was about
eventually.
to say you even pre-thoughted for some of the things we haven't watched yet. So yeah. All
I do
right.
want to point out real quick, Tiffany, there's so much nuance to both sides and sexes, and I think they're 100% right. And when we reduce the struggles and the strength of both sides, ultimately are
Accidentally
erasing the
make-
conflict from the
Accidentally
jump.
makes it even more sexist.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's reductive to both the struggles and the strength of Nova.
It doesn't do either, or it doesn't do either of them justice, really.
I think something that's lost a lot in modern activism. The
Yeah.
reason we call it feminism, the reason we do it from a female perspective is not because men are not also hurt by the system. Men are absolutely also hurt by the system. The reason we do this is because it was a system built by men to benefit a specific small number of men, because not all men benefit equally, right? And so you can be aware of who the ones benefiting, the ones that built the oppressive structure are, and criticisms of them, while also acknowledging that oppressive structures can hurt them too. And I think this gets lost when you dismiss everybody as, well, you're a man, it doesn't matter, or, well, you're white, so it doesn't matter. You're missing the point. The point is not to take systemic issues and individualize them to one person for whatever collection of traits they might have that you see as granting them privilege.
It's a very surface level understanding of
exactly, and it doesn't help. The point is to see the wider structural issues, the structures that are causing these oppressive forces, and that applies to all of us, from the most oppressed to the most privileged. So yeah, I agree. It's completely counterintuitive to go, well, kill all men. Like, I get it. Sometimes I get why women feel that way, especially women that have been hurt by them. I mean, the number one killer of men is heart attacks. The number one killer of women is men. I get it. I do. But a structural problem should not be individualized. If you're going around and you tell someone, well, you're white, your opinion doesn't matter, unless they're talking about issues that they really don't understand and don't have a say in, you're out of pocket, dude. White people get hurt for all sorts of reasons. Men get hurt by all sorts of reasons. And you're really not making the point you mean to make if your strategy to debate or to communication is just to try to find the most privileged aspect of a person and throw it in their face.
Yeah,
that's not helpful. It's not productive.
All right, Lucia, you are truly a girl boss. You've built so much with this project, and now I must use the power that you have given me, that you have built up, to say we should move on.
Yeah, we probably should.
Yeah.
I know we love talking about the show.
It's a difficult bind you put me in. I'm charged with moving us forward, but we keep
No,
having
you're
insightful
perfect.
things.
You're doing great. Let's go. Let's do the next one.
We love talking about Avatar. Now we gotta watch it.
Alrighty then, the final one left. The final episode. Episode 20. Wait. I need to. What's the actual episode 20? The Siege of the North, Part 2. Alrighty then. Here we come. Oh, wait, hang on.
We got a super chat.
We gotta do that real quick. For Chad Zula. Do you see that, Lucy?
That basically means Ozai, by the way.
All right, Daddy. I think since this one is for Chad Zula, I think we should both say it. What do you think?
Sure.
You're the Chad and I'm the Zula. Do you want to go first or should I go first?
You go first.
Ladies first. Okay. Daddy's a gentleman. All right. You say the Fire Nation killed all the air nomads. I still see you're here, so clearly that claim can't hold any validity at all.
All right. Now my turn.
Yeah.
You say the Fire Nation killed all the air nomads. I still see you're still here, so clearly that claim can't hold any validity at all.
Daddy, it's validity.
Validity. Fuck.
Sorry, Daddy sometimes mixes that word up with virility. You know why? Because he's a Chad.
Oh God.
All right, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you,
The
Fire
Super
Nation,
Chad,
for
you
paying the
mean?
Fire Nation back.
Make the Fire Nation great again, Ozai.
All right, again.
All right.
This
Yeah.
happened already.
Let's get into it now.
All right. Let's do it.
Ooh. Dang.
Good stuff.
Yes. That is indeed the good stuff.
That's the stuff right
Yeah.
there.
I forgot how somber this was when it ended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Victory comes at a price sometimes.
Yeah. Alrighty then. So going through here, from the top to bottom. I'm technically at the top of the moment because I'm screen sharing. Quick thing I want to point out: this is the last time which we will see Dave Filoni, our Clone Wars friend, directing an Avatar episode. But dang, what an episode! What an episode it was.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I want to mention something. I've sort of lightly mentioned it occasionally. We actually get to see a lot more of the Fire Nation at work military wise, and I think it's really interesting because back when during the storm we saw how, like, you know, the Fire Lord said, like, yeah, we're gonna send the 41st Division up front and we're gonna do the thing, kind of sacrifice them. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but during the advance, before Zhao did all the moon shenanigans stuff, we saw mostly the non-bender Fire Nation soldiers, and then once the Moon Spirit did, that's when the Firebender soldiers came in and started doing stuff. Like, he did a very similar tactic. So, like, this kind of comes back to, like, almost kind of what Lucia said. Like, yeah, the Fire Nation was the perpetrator of, you know, the bad system that's currently oppressing the world, but even the non-bending Fire Nation, you know, soldiers aren't safe in this system. Like, they are being sacrificed so that, you know, the good ones, the ones that know firebending, can do their thing. We get to see more use of the tanks here from the monastery invasion episode with the Mechanist. We get to see more of the Rhino troops, which they put catapults on, which I thought was a very interesting addition. But I mean, I guess if they can do that, you know, they might as well.
I guess the Water Tribe just forgot about the catapults.
Wait, what do you mean forgot about it? What, for themselves or what?
This is a reference to the creators of Game of Thrones.
Oh,
that's what I was thinking. They kind of forgot.
I
was thinking that
forgot
exactly.
about it.
Love that. Iconic meme.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. That was yeah, that was a bit rough. Yeah, how somber it was. Because the only, like, happiness that this one ended was, like, with their hug at the end on a somewhat lighter tone. And, like, again, going back to the Netflix one, I just realized of, like, how they showed a lot more violence in the Netflix version, but, like, they ended it a lot more hopeful. Which, again, is just, like, the fact that the kids' cartoon, they let the more somber tone kind of sit. Dang. Yeah, and other than that, ending on the lighter note, sorry, my boy Hans, like, they literally spent all that build up for what he was gonna do, and it literally just, it culminated in just a one-off gag.
I mean, it makes total sense for the kind of character he is to be super arrogant and then just be like, yeah, you're fucking nothing. Get off my ship.
Yeah, he literally showed up for one joke when we legit forgot about him, and then Zhao goes right back to his evil scheming, like, without missing a beat.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know we give him a lot of
me up.
We give him a lot of flack because he does do a lot.
I also love Iroh's face
stuff.
in that moment of, like, what was that poor fool thinking?
Yeah. I mean, again, Zhao does a lot of underhanded stuff, but you got, in this moment, it's just like, okay, yeah, he at least knows somewhat of what he's doing. Yeah. The fact that he,
and then the scene continues as if nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
There was a wrestler named Sean Stasiak who had at one time had a gimmick that was just run out of the scene, try to attack someone, run into something, fall down. The scene just continues, and it was hilarious.
All right. So going down the line, Adam.
Okay. So, the Avatar state comes back,
Yes.
and
Big way.
this is the first time this is really the first time we see it on like a larger scale. Because before he was just taking out a single ship. Another time he was just mad because he found out his people died. This time he's utilizing it to create a kaiju to take out Fire Nation army. And if you listen to the music, it's really eerie and scary and kind of sad. I watched a video about this and it was really good. And it points out that Aang going into the Avatar state is seen as like
It's not a triumph.
him,
right?
it's not. Yes, yeah, no. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
a good.
it's-
It's not a good thing for him to go to the Avatar state because he basically loses control of himself.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to control it. That's
He gives up his sense of self to become part of this hive mind.
mm-hmm.
And you
And
know,
here the-
to your point, to your point, Curtis, you say that like they give it a little bit of hope at the end with that hug. That hug is Katara consoling Aang after what he did, because after you see him up on the ledge after he goes out of his monster form, he looks out and he looks like, holy shit, how many people did I just kill?
well,
He's
wasn't
really upset.
wasn't he also being used as a vessel for the ocean spirit? 'Cause,
I guess it was a bit more indirect, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's still a function of the Avatar state.
Hmm.
Kind of like the kaiju's in season 2, but of season 2 of Korra, I mean.
I was like, you're throwing around that word kaiju quite a bit.
Yeah. So where was I going? Yeah, that hug at the end is another part of that somber tone that they hit at the end. It's a little lighter because Momo shows up, but you right before the hug, you see Aang looking out of the distance, still in shock of what just happened to him. So he needs Katara there to like bring him down to earth. And so yeah, and there's just like so many like Aang's in a bad place after this. Zuko's in a bad place after this. Sokka has heartbroken right in front of him.
No one's happy. No one's happy after this episode, really, other than just the fact that they survived.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that really is the underpinning of the series. In war, people aren't going to be happy.
Mm.
It destroys lives. And just for a kid show to go that in depth with it, it's not something you see very often.
It's so very, very mature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very mature show. Iroh just going to town on Zhao about I'll unleash on you tenfold. Such a great line.
Mm.
And
Mako
never
delivered it perfectly.
And that's only like the second time he actually does stuff, right? Like uses powers.
I mean, he used them on the storm to redirect the lightning.
Okay, so 3, yes, because I was thinking about like when he fights with Zuko, the storm, and then this, so 3 times.
Well, when Zhao fights.
Don't forget when he shoots at the Avatar in episode 2.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right.
The fight between Zuko and Zhao, I find it the ending where Zhao is engulfed by the ocean spirit, and Zuko.
He actually also used his firebending against those Earth Kingdom guards that captured him.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant when he fought with Zuko. Yeah.
Oh, fuck. With
Oh,
Zuko instead of with
with
Zuko.
Okay.
Because
No,
he
no,
also fights with
I get
Zuko.
I gotcha. Alongside.
Alongside, gotcha.
Where was I?
Okay. Yeah. I was
Yeah,
gonna
so
say.
yeah, Zuko extending his hand out to Zhao when he completely could have gone, I'm not gonna kill you, but I don't have to save you. You get more of that characterization of no, he's not a bad guy, he's just in bad circumstances. And then Zhao, being the prick that he is too prideful to take the help of someone who he hates and just rejects his hand.
Yeah.
Good character moments for both of them. Great. It's a good ending to Zhao's story, where his arrogance of
His hubris. That's the word you're looking for.
Hubris.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Hubris, arrogant. Arrogance still works, but hubris is.
I got
is
you,
also
homie.
good. Yes,
I'm
but,
walking the source.
The arrogance to think that he could take away the moon in a move in a bid to cut off his nose to spite his face and take out the water tribe.
I love this.
And then it comes back to bite him because then the spirit of literal water comes to take him away, and in the last bit of "fuck you, got mine," rejects any help to save his life. He says, "No, I'd rather be swallowed than accept a handout from this disgraced kid who's."
You know what I love most about that moment, Adam? It's that it's everything you're saying. He'd rather die than take a hand from Zuko, who's beneath him. But I love that it's ambiguous enough that if you wanted to, you could also read it as Zhao's one moment of nobility in the entire show where he's been just the worst sack of shit.
Yeah.
That he would rather not drag down Zuko with him. And we don't know which one it is because he died.
The ambiguity of it.
Yeah. So of course we're inclined to believe it's the first one, the one you said, because that's how he's been acting the whole freaking show, right? Zuko's beneath me. I would rather die than take his help. But there's that part of us in the back of our heads that wonders, when faced with his mortality, did a small part of his humanity go, fine, then I'll go to my death. I'm not dragging that dumb kid down with me. We'll never know. And I love that.
Because
I
he didn't look at Zuko with anger. He's just like, it is what it is.
Is that him being a captain going down with the ship and not wanting to take Zuko with him? Or is it him looking down at Zuko?
Yeah. Or the secret third option, he doesn't want to be saved because he's so ashamed that his plan failed.
Yeah, he doesn't in his Iroh
Or
failure.
There's actually a fourth option too.
What's the fourth one, Kate?
That he so hard at what he just told Zuko in accepting failure and disgrace.
Because he does say that.
Accept my own failure.
Yeah, like they're saying,
Or-
he's the opposite. I'll accept my own failure, like you won't. Yeah, I love that. That ambiguity, so much depth to his death.
Or a secret fifth option. He was too far away by that point and couldn't reach.
Yeah, the way it was there was like, I don't think you're reaching him, kid.
Hold on, James. Are you telling me because Zuko's one eye is scarred, his depth perception's bad, so he thought Zhao was closer than he was, and Zhao sees this and he's like, "This fucking worthless kid," and then his last thought before he drowned. Zuko's like, I was so close to saving him, Uncle, and I regret Zuko. exactly.
Yeah.
You gotta talk about your depth perception.
I don't know if this counts as a secret sixth option, but one of the ways I took it as was that such a profound moment of forgiveness on Zuko's end. So that was almost like, oh, okay, so this kid who I've been, bad mouthing and saying they have no honor and they're a traitor and all of these things had that moment of putting all of that aside for a fellow Fire Nation person. Was that him being like, all right, I see your honor and I raise you my own and I'm gonna drag you to your death? Like I made my bed, I will lie in it, as a response to Zuko putting aside his grudge, putting aside the man who tried to kill him for the sake of, like, you're still Fire Nation, you're still a comrade, let me save you. It feels like almost like I'm not gonna let Zuko have the last word. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is.
You know what's really interesting about that now that you bring it up, Cal? Zuko offers salvation to Zhao, but also to Ozai. He tells Ozai, maybe some time in here will do the same for you, as if, I haven't given up, that you could change if you wanted to. The only person he doesn't offer this to, despite offering it even to his abusive father, is Azula. And instead what we get is a moment of like numbness out of him after the last Agni Kai. And I think it says a lot about Zuko and how he's still processing all of the torment and manipulations and abuse that Ozai has done to him his whole life, that he finds it easier to reach out a hand and help to Zhao than to his own little sister. Man, that family's messed up.
Yeah. Yeah, it does sound.
For sure.
I was going to say, real quick, so Lucia and Cal, I was thinking for the sake of getting things, if we could, because you guys always have the most to say, so do you mind if we save you both for the end while we snag all the smaller fish in the pond?
Women's rights.
That sounds equitable, and and I can't argue.
I mean, but I won't for the sense of time.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay, yeah. So James, speak.
Yeah. I got work in the morning, so sorry for jumping ahead. But yeah. One thing that strikes me, one thing that I noticed as we were talking about when we were doing the live action streams, is when the Koiju finally comes out. He's like very monstrous Godzilla, vengeful, and like Iroh talks about his wrath and whatnot. But that whole scene in this is much more somber. We see that one part where the waterbenders and the fire army are on opposite sides of a canal, and the ocean spirit passes them by. The waterbenders bow, the fire army raises their weapons and gets ready to attack, and then the ocean spirit just washes the Fire Nation away. And the whole time, the ocean spirit is silent. It doesn't exactly have vocal cords. They gave the Koiju vocal cords in the live action for reasons, I guess. Yeah, just like how it's more somber, more like you've upset the balance of nature, and the spirits are misaligned, and there are consequences of that in here. And in the live action, it was just you pissed off the spirit, and now he's angry, and now you're all gonna feel its wrath, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget.
Feel the weight.
I forget how they approached the music in the live action, which I regret, because that was like the one great thing about the live action was the soundtrack. I gotta listen through that soundtrack on its own again.
To it, it's not great. It's the best moments they have are the ones they've taken from the show. And unpopular opinion, the Shyamalan movie soundtrack actually slaps more than the ATLA one. Sorry.
Ooh.
Interesting. I gotta watch the movie. That doesn't exist now.
Step into a parallel universe.
Yeah, I've actually been wanting to watch it for a long time, just out of curiosity. But I remember one time
I saw it in theaters when
Yeah.
it came out.
Yeah, I tried to look it up using means both legitimate and illicit, and I could not find it anywhere.
Dang.
Yeah,
It's that tough to find, huh?
yeah. No one wants to upload it, I
I
guess.
mean, well, I have the DVD case, but it doesn't have the DVD in it.
Ah.
It doesn't have the DVD.
Wow.
I don't even I have no idea where it went.
Mhm. And yeah, once more, I caught the Four Seasons theme playing for UA as she made that decision to become the Moon Spirit.
Oh, you mean that song Iroh was?
Yeah, yeah. So like he sings that at the start of episode 17 or 18.
That was
Yeah.
in the UA scene.
That
A
that
reprisal?
has been a motif for UA throughout these past 3 episodes. Like Iroh sings it that one time at the start of episode 18 for like music night on the ship. And then it sort of became a motif every time we see UA. We don't see UA alone too much, so I'm not sure if it's UA specifically or UA and Sokka's chemistry. Hard to
It's
say.
foreshadowing for the fact that Sokka will have a lover from every nation.
Is it a?
Mm.
Is it a? Wait, is it the? Wait, what UA scene are you talking about again?
all of them, but from this past episode, like when she's holding Sokka's hand and then lets go and becomes the Moon Spirit.
All right, I gotta see that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the plinking that doom doom doom.
Like let me.
Dun, 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 dun. They played almost like it's raindrops a lot. The little plucked strings.
Yeah.
I actually I once wrote for an Avatar musical that went defunct, unfortunately, and I had Iroh singing that in the opening over Katara's opening singing, precisely because I remembered that they used it in the finale, and I'd forgotten why I did that until I rewatched it here, and I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah. That's all I got to say. I have to be up early for work tomorrow, so I'm gonna head out now. Sorry, I can't hear all of your other insightful thoughts. I always love hearing what you guys got to say, but I also need to sleep before work.
You also want to hear what your dreams have to say.
Yeah. All right. Good night, everyone.
Thanks for joining us, James.
Have a good night.
Of course.
Good night, James.
James,
He might have heard you say that.
Whether
Actually, I
it's
didn't
true.
think it came through. Say it again.
I said James is the best. Whether or not he heard it, it's still true.
Ah, yes. Okay.
That man's a genius, man. You should see the sort of musical stuff he just says and does.
Also, Curtis, I have a random question, and I don't know why I have the urge to ask it now.
Okay.
Which specific Lego clone trooper is your profile?
Wait, like the Legion?
No, like which?
I hear the Four Seasons in that scene.
Which specific clone do you know?
It is a random 501st clone trooper.
Okay, I was like, is it Echo? Is it some guy named, Galfaman?
No, it is not.
Okay.
All right, glad to answer that for you. It's also specifically the one from Fortnite. From the Lego Fortnite mode. Anyways, okay, continuing the smaller talkers, Dorn.
Yeah. Man, my brain is already like at half function capacity this hour, but
keep in mind that we don't have to force things. You could just say, yeah, it was good, it hit me in the feels, and move on. We don't have to force words here.
No, I must keep going. No, but like,
sounding like Zuko in a blizzard right now.
Yeah, exactly. The drive, man, it's the fire drive. But actually, the first thing I wanted to say was I always I know I already said about the humor parts about the show and like how it's so great, but I just love the fact that Zhao's given that amazing speech of the Conqueror, the Moonslayer, after he's gotten the Moon Spear in the bag, and then Momo out of nowhere just jumps up and tugs at his like whiskers and hair. It's just so funny with the Momo theme in there. Burp, 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 burp.
He had it literally in the bag.
Yeah, like it was just yeah, because yeah, Zhao is such a like horrible, always like grandstanding and all that, and I do love how the fact that yes, Ira was like actually taking a more active stance in this episode. Like it is powerful.
Yep.
Like the whole way of him saying like unleashing you tenfold. I think, and also his spiel before saying like the moon is gonna affect us all. Like for me, that was Iroh's just polite way of saying like, bro, how stupid are you? Like, you're not up in the Fire Nation right now. It's all about your stupid goddamn pride and legacy. I mean, yeah, and that's a big thing of Zhao. And honestly, it's really crazy like the dramatic moments of this show because like when I first watched this scene, I actually thought when he let the moon spirit go, I was like, "Oh wow, maybe he's actually finally listening to Re." And before I could finish the thought, then Zhao does his thing and I'm like, "Oh, well, you had me in the first half. You had me in the first half there, god damn it." But yeah, like it's such a dramatic moment. And then yeah, as Adam said, like I agree, like it is such a somber moment. Like obviously there's like hope for like, because they kind of won almost like a pyrrhic victory, like it's good. But yeah, it's like a lot of people definitely came out of that experience changed. And with the Avatar stage, Sokka losing UA, it's Fire Nation's Fire Nation's fleet getting drowned. Like actually literally drowned by the ocean spirits. So it's kind of like yeah, you can't say there was that much of a victory, so to speak. I'm trying to think of a quote right now about victory, but come back to me tomorrow.
Alrighty then, we will check in with
But
Dorn tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow. No, it's a really good victory quote from I don't know what film and sure it was, but and then that's the first time I ever saw Zula in book one. Oh my
Yes,
god!
Azula screen time.
Oh my god! No, I'm kidding. Like, but on the first watch, because completely missed the fact that she was there. And yeah, sorry, that was I was pranking all of you just now. Yeah, yeah, because on my first watch, I missed the fact that she's in the opening title credits, and then of course in the flashback, because I was in the flashback when I first watched it. I was so I remember being so drawn to Iroh like expression of shock when Zuko was burned and turned away. And I saw Zhao, but I didn't see the little girl in front of either of them. But I think maybe I may have watched it passing. I'm like, oh, it's just a little girl. Okay, a young girl is just there. All right. But so it's only really on the rewatch that I was like, oh my god, Azula's been with us for like a while because and that impressed me a lot. But I don't think it's a bad thing that I missed out on noticing Azula's presence from before because it's actually in this episode that Zuko tells Aang the whole thing of like, man, you're like a prodigy like my sister. Everything came so easy to her. My father used to say she was born lucky. Well, I was lucky to be born. Like that's the first time that you notice that we get a little bit more insight of like the family dynamics, even more so in the next season. But so in that respect, it's not a bad thing because it's kind of like, okay, that's Azula for who me first time watching the show was faceless, and then the last scene of Ozai talking to somebody, he's like, who is he talking to? But then he says, Iroh's a traitor. Okay, I don't know how you came to that conclusion, bro, but okay. And then, like, how do you know? And then it's like, but then he says, your brother is a failure. And then it's like, I have a task for you. And the camera like zones in on Azula and like she lifts her head. And even like the theme song in that moment is so ominous. So already telling us like, uh-oh, this Ozai is about to field Azula in the next season, and something tells us, the audience, that she's gonna be a lot worse than Zhao right now, and it's gonna be a massive obstacle to our heroes in the next season. So that's something that always like impressed me, like because she hasn't spoken any lines in the whole season, but it's just like the presence, the shadowy, her like in like the half lit shadows, just like kneeling there and raising her head, and like you see the family resemblance, haha. Foreshadowing, joke shadowing right there. Yeah, joke shadowing right there.
That reminds me from the Dark Knight Returns where Superman is trying to go after Batman. He's like, if it's not gonna be, it's gonna be someone else. And Batman goes, who do they send after you? And then it's like, Azula is who they send after Zuko. After he doesn't work, Azula is who they send.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also just like Ozai gets saying that is obviously like a ploy, because it's like he's obviously like laying scapegoating Iroh at this point, because it's kind of like, no man, the truth is that Zhao fumbled the whole thing, and of course Ozai promoted Zhao, so obviously it'll look bad for him. So obviously it makes sense for Ozai politically to distance himself from Zhao, saying like, well, no, it was actually my stupid brother there who did something. And it's all his fault. Yeah, it's kind of like a petulant chat. Like, nah, it wasn't me. I didn't promote this guy. What are you talking about? Like, he just it was just that one cover letter, okay? It had good words in it. That was all it was. I really think that was it. I mean, I know we've joked about it before, but it must have been like that one impeccable Sevian cover letter, and then also maybe serving up all those fire sages to Ozai must have been like, he must have been like, okay, yeah, I'll promote this guy. Yeah. Sorry, I'm rambling at this point, but and then of course, yeah, the Ocean Spirit, yeah, the Avatar State, absolutely, yeah, it's not meant to be like a victory thing, because Aang doesn't control it, and he did just destroy that whole Fire Nation force. And I mean, yeah, it is a kids show, but like watching it again, and how like the troopers just like disappear, especially in the city when he just slams a wave on them, I'm just thinking to myself, oh yeah, they dead. Sorry, they dead. Like, sorry, homie. Like those guys are, yeah, they kicked the bucket. Sorry about that. It reminds me of like the ride pellets in Batman Arkham Knight with a bad tank. And when you unleash them, they say, "Oh yeah, no, they're unconscious," and some people are like, sure, they're just fine." It does remind me of that. Like, they're just taking a long nap when we all know the real truth was like, no. But yeah, a great finale. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much hope, because yeah, it truly is like very somber. But I personally always love the that last scene. Like, when I first watched it, like that was already enough of a hook for me to continue for the show, because I really like the villains of all shows and films I watched. So like that last scene was kind of like, like, because it's kind of telling us already, like, if we thought the gang struggled this season, well, as Jack Nicholson's Joker once said, wait till you get a load of me. Anyways, yes. I'll end on that note.
Alrighty then. Zilla, and then we have our two mainstays. Well, actually, three, I guess. I don't want to forget you, Kate.
I gotta get ready for bed too.
Gee, what am I? Chopped liver?
Yeah.
All right, you gotta go, Adam. Oh, good night.
Hi, Adam.
I have to take medicine. Remember?
Okay. Oh, do you need? Let's say, do you need to go then, Lucia?
I mean, we're getting close to the time where I got to take my meds or seizure time. So
okay. So do you think you should go then?
Who's left? Who's still out?
It was Zilla, then you, Kate, and Cal.
Okay. Just because I love Zilla, he can go. But I'm just saying, I'm running low on fuel.
Okay.
Sorry.
So yeah, great finale. So, I do like the scenes with the Fire Nation characters, like Iroh, like more actively standing up against Zhao in the moment, and where he could potentially throw the world out of balance. It's like,
if there was any time, it was now.
Yeah. And this is where you see Iroh starting to kind of sway away from the Fire Nation, like for real.
Mm-hmm.
And that and that moment where Zhao, oh, excuse me, the moment where Zhao is taken by the ocean spirit to his watery grave. It's that was a great scene because, again, the ambiguity of it all. It's like, uh, and first of all, Zuko offering to save him, mm, like, shows that there is a good person in there.
Yeah, he was fighting. He was
didn't
fighting
want-
Zhao, but
like,
he's like, I wasn't gonna let you get taken by the big monster thingy.
Even after this guy tried to have him killed, like he didn't want to see another man die. It's like, I think it's a great
Yeah.
character moment for him.
It is, yeah.
Zuko and Zhao, when he's taken in, the moment he's like, no. It's like the ambiguity of it all. It's like, does he like, did he have his, is it one moment of nobility? Is it 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 just, there's no point? Is it like, we don't know for sure. We don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah.
Good stuff. Alrighty then.
All right. Who's next?
Lucia.
Lucia's turn. All right, Lucia, I'm letting you go first so you get all your energy out.
So back in the day, I actually wrote two musical numbers for an Avatar musical. The reason I'm bringing it up is because I had the honor of writing the big finale piece, as well as the opening number, and the big finale piece I had in there had this repeating theme about dying in battle. And so Sokka and Yue have a moment where they're singing a lullaby that both of their tribes sing. Yue's version is slightly different, so Sokka interrupts with his version. And in it, there are wolves. There's a family of wolves, and men come, and the male wolf has to go fight. So he tells his she wolf, his mate, so now lay me down. Well, that he has to go. And then he says, if I should die on this battlefield, my love, please bury me where I land. And if we're reborn and we do it all again, will you still love me then? And so after Yue dies, the part where she's a spirit and she talks to Sokka, she sings back, I will be your bride when I reach the other side. And Sokka responds, but until then, please just rest. And the reason I bring this up, there's variations of this theme that went out. The whole song was very poetic. My last name means Wolf Village, and my father had passed, so I dedicated it to my father and about losing people. The chorus was, now the sun burns quick, never late to slay the night, because they rise with the moon, and the people attacking them rise with the sun. But still, no spirit will speak, and the misted moon quickly wanes against the light, gone where no man can seek. So to them, the light means death, and they can't follow where the warriors go. And the men sing, someday I'll die, an old soldier or young man, and to this I'll testify. And the women say, brush away the tears you've cried. We will be there by your side. Because the women stay and they heal and they pick up the pieces while the men die in war. And the very last refrain of all this. Oh, and the she-wolf in the story that Sokka tells, when she finds the body of her husband, the male wolf, when he's died, she says, lay you down, rest your head against the earth. And to this I will attest. I will be your bride when I reach the other side. But until then, please just rest. The whole song happens. The very end, we get the scene with Iroh and Zuko. Zuko lays down exhausted. Iroh says his line about, I'm surprised you're not at this moment trying to capture the Avatar. And Zuko says, I'm tired, uncle. And Iroh responds, as a hint that he studied the waterbenders, he responds to Zuko the same thing. So now lay you down, rest your head against the earth, and to this I will attest. When you wake, you'll know that you live to fight again, but until then, please just rest. for a man. He needs his rest, Zuko. And then it went into the Avatar theme. Why I bring this up.
Dang.
There's a theme in this finale here of loss and hope, which are the two things Katara opens the story with. How much they've lost to the Fire Nation, but that she hasn't given up hope. But we don't actually see the raids that happen on the Southern Water Tribe because they happened before her time. Katara is just suffering the consequences. The worst she got was the one raid she experienced where her mother died. Super traumatic. But she didn't grow up with the raids happening all the time, right? The way Grand did. But now she's experiencing it. They're being sieged harder than ever before. And now the Northern Water Tribe, which has never experienced it, is experiencing it. And we close out the Book of Water with exactly the things Katara introduced them with. And this is where I think Natla really made a mistake decentralizing Katara and making her less important. There's a reason it starts and ends with her. Because Aang is the symbol of hope to this world. Through all of this loss, which is unavoidable, you have to fight here. You can't, these oppressors won't go away with words or talking. You have to fight them. And there's going to be loss. And the only thing that's going to get you through it is hope. Katara hadn't given up hope. Aang comes and gives the world hope. But who gives Aang hope? He's a genocide survivor. He's lost everything. People don't even remember his people. No one who's still alive that ever even saw an air nomad. Katara is his hope. She's the one anchoring him while he is bringing inspiration to the rest of the world. And that's important. When he becomes a conduit for the ocean spirit, what a powerful message. Like, what is that Attack on Titan meme? On that day, humanity received a grim reminder. But actually, that for all of the Fire Nation, who's so industrialized and so powerful and have such a strong military machine, seem unstoppable. And yet this was a reminder from nature. Because Zhao stepped out, and in his hubris, he thought, little puny monkey that he was, that he could destroy the moon, that he had the right to destroy the moon. And this was the ocean spirit reminding humanity that for all of your technology, all of your petty war making and industry, you're nothing. You are but ants. And if you forget that, the ocean reminded them. They flooded all the ships. There's a reason that when the waterbenders prostrate themselves, the water tribe prostrates themselves, the ocean spirit doesn't harm them. It is the Fire Nation that attempts to fight it or stands there in shock and does not show deference and respect. And in this way, it's kind of an environmental message as well as one against war. It's a wider message in general about there's things bigger than us. When we look at, like, have you ever seen an anthill be seen with another anthill and ants are fighting, or anything small in a fight like that, or two birds fighting in the air, and you just go about your day? Who gives a crap, right? We've got bigger problems. We have wars going on. We have actual genocides happening right now. What we don't recognize is that all those things that to us are huge. Oh my God, countries have nukes. What's going to happen? What if North Korea launches a missile and it hits Japan? All of that is nothing. We are but a small blip. This planet is billions of years old, and it is a baby compared to the age of the universe. Nothing. We are a speck of dust. We're a small dream of the universe experiencing itself that it won't even remember, but a blink in time. And that's exactly what nature reminded Zhao of here. He's nothing. And wiping out all the petty industry. And Kao talked about earlier about how snow blankets everything and covers it, purifies it. Well, water does that too. I mean, snow is water, right? And that's exactly what happens here. And Aang is left devastated over the destruction he's wrought. And who is the one that reaches out for him? Katara, to give him hope. He gives everyone hope. And Yue now too, as the moon spirit, she sacrificed for her people. She became that symbol. She stopped the rampaging of the ocean. She healed. What is the thing women in the water tribe are supposed to do? Heal. She did that. She healed the moon itself and restored nature. And in this, we see the cost of healing, the cost of repairing what we can destroy thoughtlessly is so much higher. It cost Zhao nothing to kill. I mean, he died in the end, but he was able to kill the moon spirit. Like, it wasn't a big deal. The moon spirit was frail. And it cost Yue's life to repair it. Think about what we do. That's the message there. Destroying is easy. the world is fragile and frail and yet powerful. And it's hard for us to wrap our heads around those concepts, but it's true. And I'm sorry I'm sounding a bit spacey. It's late and I have medication to take. But, you know, I hate that message has been taken away from Natla just to give us a Godzilla rampaging scene. And don't get me wrong, I love Godzilla, but the ocean spirit is not supposed to roar and it's not supposed to randomly rampage. It did it with intent. And all of these, and taking away Yue's sacrifice and the meaning it meant in the original and having it be whatever pale imitation. Taking away the way Zhao dies, his hubris, being punished for his hubris by the ocean itself. Taking away all these moments and adding a poor pale imitation. I feel it almost like, it's like they don't want us thinking about this stuff anymore. Consume. That's all they want, just consume. Watch the same thing you've seen before, remade again for an absurd amount of money, $15 million an episode, but will rob it of every valuable lesson that makes you question what's been normalized in your culture: overconsumption, military, using technology for destruction, and the costs of setting things right. Look what it costing to do that. Look what it cost UA. Look at all the people that died. Even after they won the battle, Arnuk and Sokka stare up at the moon in grief. And I hate that in Natla, what does Arnuk do? He praises Sokka about how great and how important he is, what a great warrior, and how much he meant to his daughter. No, dude, I don't want you glorifying that Sokka's a warrior and he was a good bodyguard and boyfriend in this moment. That's completely not the point. And here, instead, it's Arnuk talking about how proud and sad he is at the same time to have lost his daughter, that she's become the moon spirit, that she saved them all. And Sokka really doesn't have anything to say to that except quiet grief with him. They share their grief quietly. That's so much more powerful than Arnuk kissing Sokka's ass for some reason and not even talking about what his daughter has sacrificed. I don't know. It leaves this really gross feeling in the pit of my stomach that it's almost like they want the next generation to not ask these questions, to not ask where our priorities are. Maybe I'm about it too much.
Dang. When you said all the stuff last episode about the stuff with UA sacrifice, I was like, how are you gonna top yourself with, after the next one, since you talked about it? And I guess this is how.
Please, Curtis, I always top.
You do
should
not
know.
hold back.
This is this is, I feel, a very good thing to close out the final episode of the season. It's unfortunate that we still have people to give opinions.
It's all right. And I'm sure they're going to be beautiful, especially Cow, because he always delivers.
Yes.
But
Cow, your only hope.
And I need to go lie down now. I need to go lie down before I pass it off to Kate and Cow, my lovely, beautiful Cow, who I know is going to have incredible things to say, because she always does. Is just that if you enjoy Natla, that's fine. You can enjoy problematic media. I enjoy problematic media all the time. My question and my hope is just that you are aware of it. When people uncritically say Natla is amazing, or they even say it's better than the original, I wince. Because it means that they succeeded in giving you sound and fury with no substance. And you didn't even notice this sleight of hand. And there is a reason why, when authoritarian governments take over, one of the first things they do is police language and art. There's a reason why they've been cutting art programs for so long. Because art teaches us critical thinking, art teaches us empathy, art teaches us to ask questions. And Avatar was very good. Despite being written as a Y7 show on Nickelodeon in the 2000s, it was very good at asking tough questions and powerful, giving you really, really tricky moral ambiguities to examine. Even as an adult, I look back and it makes me rethink some things. I have a hardline position on something that I think, well, maybe there's another side to this I haven't considered, because I am a product of my cultural upbringing, just like everyone else is. And so if you enjoy Natla, that's fine. I enjoy all sorts of problematic media. Just be aware. Be aware of what they've taken out of it. Be aware of how sanitized it is. be aware that they filmed the Air Nomad genocide not as a Saving Private Ryan horrible massacre from the Air Nomads' perspective, watching their people be killed and having no way out. They filmed it from the perspective of the ones doing the genociding as a power fantasy, with Sozin busting out these DBZ style fire shields to block air and fry Gyatso. Think about why they did that. Ask yourself, why add the Air Nomad genocide at all? Because ATLA was very good about not showing most of that violence, not because they couldn't, but because their focus was not in glorifying the violence like the Fire Nation does, but showing you the aftermath. Because it is really easy to think violence is cool, because it is fucking cool when you're not the one experiencing it. And it is in so much media. And I love it. I love Dragon Ball Z. I love a tournament arc. But think, please. And I am pleading with
violence. Woohoo!
yeah, because
Sorry.
they've been taking these lessons and this critical thinking and art out of schools for so long. So please, this is my message for the next generation, for my generation, because I believe in you guys. Why did they choose not only to depict the Air Nomad genocide, rather than letting us feel the absence of their culture and have nothing left but hazy memories like Aang had, so that we could feel the loss and wonder what it was like? Why did they choose to depict it only to show it as a fun, cool action sequence where Sozin's a badass with a cool DBZ fire shield, even when it doesn't make sense? Rather than show whatever must have made Gyatso desperate enough to suffocate a bunch of Fire Nation soldiers around him.
Oh yeah,
This man was
did he even do that? And was he even shown
no,
doing that in
he
the?
does not do it. He does like nothing in ATLA. He just gets fried.
Yeah.
I want you to think about it. That man was a pacifist. This is the man who influenced Aang the most. What could have been horrific enough to drive him to that? And when you consider that, you will understand why they didn't depict it and what they are hiding from you and what they don't want you thinking about. Think about the country you come from. Think about the things your country does. And then think about why it is in their best interest to glorify the Fire Nation, cast Daniel Day Kim as the Fire Lord, give Katara, the biggest rebel, way less lines and personality. Think about why the story is all about glorifying Sokka as a warrior unironically rather than tearing down his arrogance about it first. Think about it. Go ahead and enjoy it. Go ahead and watch it. It's just media. But think about why. That's all. I go lie down.
Mic drop.
Hell
Mic
yeah.
drop.
Damn,
That was
Yeah.
definitely a
I
mic
dig it.
drop
I
moment if
dig
I've
it.
ever seen one. Wow.
All right.
That's my Lucia.
Yeah, Lucia.
Hell yeah.
Now you can rest. A woman needs her rest.
Yep. Yeah.
Do what you did.
All right, Cade. You don't get to rest yet.
Well, damn. I don't know how to follow that up. So I won't. Good night, everybody.
Are you sure?
Wait, you're still here?
Yes.
Why are you still here?
Okay.
Movie's over. Go home. Guys,
Why
good
are
night.
you still here?
Ferris Bueller Day Off reference. Okay, is that enough comedy refusal to actually follow that up now? I think I did enough.
Yes, we've been fully separated enough from the words of wisdom that you can now also do yours.
You expect me to say words of wiseness?
What?
Or words
You
of
can have
unwiseness.
whatever words you
The choice
want.
is yours.
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, Zhao, everybody. He's dead now. And
yes.
I want to point out that one moment where he does have the moon spirit Twee, I believe, in a bag, ready to kill. At a moment's notice, there's a lunar eclipse going on. He holds all the playing cards in his hand. All he has to do is deliver. And then Iroh says, hey, you kill that thing. I'll kill you worse. And if you actually think about it, if you
kill the moon spirit, I'll double kill you. I'll triple kill you.
And I'll kill you 10 times over. Anyway, if you actually think about it, you have the single chance to 100% end a war that has been going on for 100 years, partially, because you're about to eliminate, one of your big two remaining enemies, you have the power to just instantly delete their entire threat in one move. And when presented with the option of do that and die, or don't do that and probably live, even for a split second, Zhao picks don't do it and probably live, because he, for a second, lets the moon spirit go. Because I think that should prove to everybody once and for all that no matter how much Zhao believes in the Fire Nation ideals, ultimately he values himself more than he does his, what would you call it, patriotism. Because for a split second before he got angry and just did it anyway, he chose self-survival over basically dying and becoming a permanent war hero. He would still be known as Zhao the Conqueror, Zhao the Moonslayer, but it didn't matter to him if he wasn't alive to reap the benefits of it. He is ultimately a selfish coward who, even in his first Agni Kai with Zuko, what does he do? In defeat, he just tries to shoot Zuko in the back.
Yeah.
What does he do when he finds Zhong Zhong? Well, for one, he doesn't even really fight Zhong Zhong. And when he gets to Aang, he just kind of throws fire all around and can't even stop himself from burning his own ships. Because he's letting he's literally beef with a 12-year-old as a 30-something to 40-something-year-old man.
Yeah.
And then in the Blue Spirit, where he gets promoted and he has all the resources on hand, and he even plans far enough ahead that a hostage situation where he's forced to let the Avatar go, and he's like, don't worry, I have a sniper in position specifically to make sure that the Avatar doesn't get away. He fails to understand that as long as the Avatar is conscious and untied and unrestrained in any way, he there's no getting him back once you take those swords away from the back of his neck. All that to say,
Yeah.
Zhao died a selfish coward, like he always was.
Yeah, as he lived. He died as he lived.
Dang.
Less caring about the fact that Zuko somehow lived his assassination, and just more about the fact that the moon just magically came back after he killed it.
He's like, oh, well, there goes my plans for the weekend.
I guess other than that, Zuko talks about his sister for the first time, saying, as lucky as she is, he doesn't need it. Blah, blah. Everybody's watched that scene on YouTube 100 times. But it's his first mention of his sister, and let me say, Lucy and I talk about this sometimes. I will never understand the people that try to say Zuko's afraid of Azula, because this is the first time Azula's mentioned. Like, you saw her once, but this is the first time anybody watching the show would even learn of her existence if they're paying attention. What does Zuko say about her? He says she's great, and that everything comes so easy to her, and that Dad always preferred her. At no point does he say that he's scared of her, or that, he doesn't know how to act her out. He doesn't even, stutter. He just kind of talks about her all resentfully, because Zuko's not afraid of her. We'll see later, every time he sees her, he wants to fight her. It's not the other way around. He's actively seeking out beef with her.
He's mighty jealous.
Zuko is just resentful of that things that come really hard to him come super easy to her. And from his POV, that's just not fair. He struggles so hard and she can just do it with a flick of her finger. From his point of view, that's just like, well, what the fuck, man? Point of view number 2, obviously, Ozai pits those two against each other. We know this for a fact, and so every time Azula succeeds, it's Zuko's failure and he gets punished for it. If you want to flip the POV, it's equally as bad for Azula, but we're not talking about Azula right now. And all Zuko really says out of that, because is just like, hey, I don't give a fuck about luck. I don't want luck. I'm only the way I am because I struggle so hard. And I think what a lot of people don't want to say when they analyze that subtext is whether Zuko knows it or not, he's only the way he is because of Azula exists in the way that she does. I dare say, had Azula not been born, Zuko would be a worse firebender for it. He only ever practiced so hard because it came so easy to Azula. Yeah, he wanted to impress his dad, but if there was no Azula, there's no measuring bar to, compare him to. Maybe Lu Ten, but after Lu Ten died, what happens then? All that to say, to the people who try to say that Azula is so scary that Zuko is just terrified at the thought of her, no, he's not. No, he's not. I don't like to say you are objectively wrong, but you are objectively wrong. Is there anything else on my mind? The Koizilla thing.
Yes.
Even as a kid, I feel like it's a little bit of a tightrope to bring this up, but even as a kid, if you don't even fully grasp the whole nature thing of it, I say it as a kid who was raised in a religious household. The simple scene of all of the Water Tribe men bowing to it and it just leaves them the hell alone versus all the firebenders who don't show deference to it and they get fucking bodied by it. Any kid who gets raised in even a slightly religious household can just pick up on the signs oh, I see what's going on here.
This is the final plague.
That was exactly my thought, Curtis. I didn't want to name names.
Well, I wasn't gonna
blood on the lamppost.
I wasn't gonna pull a Mike and Brian and Judeo-Christian it, but anyway, that's all about it for me. I will see you guys later. Good night, everybody.
You forgot one, Cade.
What did I forget?
You said Judeo-Christian. You forgot someone.
You forgot the third daughter of Abraham. Saying because she's Muslim.
I apologize, Cal.
Even for Lucia, when she's so tired, she knows what's up.
This show based primarily on the teachings of Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, the karmic religions, even Jainism. There's somewhere. Kate, come on.
I was only making a joke. No,
you just know I'm contractually obligated to give Kate a hard time.
I was just
my way.
How in Korra book Mike and Brian Judeo-Christian the hell out of it, and I was trying to avoid that. So
okay. Wait, did you said in Korra?
Yeah, in Korra. That's what.
Okay, I didn't realize that. I understand
anyway,
now.
I gotta go, guys. I'm tired as well.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
To Cow's thing on stream though, because I want to hear her words of wisdom.
Okay. Yes, Cow, the good noodle has been waiting for so long. Please, good noodleify us.
Nice.
I've been summoned.
Yes.
Let me see if I can scrounge up a brain cell. Let's see. I think a lot of what I'm going to say has probably been touched on by everyone, either a little bit or a lot of it. Can't even hold a candle to Lucia's wisdom bombs, and I never will, and I'm fine with that. I'm just happy to be in her presence. I want to start off by saying, and I think we did touch on this definitely, but the grief of this episode, everyone commented, ended on such a somber tone, on such a painful or bittersweet tone. And I think that that's one of the big themes of Avatar that they touched on time and again, is making the right choice isn't always easy. Making the right choice isn't always a feel-good moment. You see this a lot with Zuko and his redemption arc later on as well. But sometimes doing the right thing or doing the best that we can in a shitty situation leaves you feeling hollow, leaves you feeling empty. And it's not until you have time to heal and to process the trauma and the grief that you've experienced do you realize that, yes, in retrospect, yes, in hindsight, yes, by taking a step back and seeing the wider picture, you understand that, yes, you would have made that choice again and again, even when it's painful, even when it's not easy, even when it comes at a great and terrible cost. And so I think the themes of grief in this episode are just wonderful, not only just for a kids show, but for media in general. And it's been touched on, like the silence of the water spirit when Aango's full avatar state, and is kind of embodied by the water spirit. And that silent rage, I think what allowed that mind meld, so to speak, to take over so completely was because that was another unifying moment of just intense grief that they both shared. And I think so many of the Water Tribe members and even non-Water Tribe members like Iroh, who felt, sorry, I'm a little stuffy, who felt that moment of like, oh shit, of that grief, of that the world is being altered in a terrible way. But because Aang is the Avatar, because he is the bridge between, it hit him so much more strong. Like for example, you see it hit Yue because she has the water, or rather the spirit within her, but it hit Aang just as strongly, if not more so. And I think that connection allowed her to feel that pain and that grief on such a more deeply profound level, which allowed for that mind meld, or that mixing of spirits with the water spirit, and that rage to just take over. I think so often people get caught up in the notion of rage being purely powerful, purely energy fueled, and it feels powerful and strong, and like you're on top, you're the winner, you're the aggressor. But I think so very often, and in so many different manifestations of rage, it's the underlying motivation, the underlying fuel is pain, is a deep seated grief and pain and powerlessness, and the pain of being powerless, and how that manifests. So you see that in the way the spirit goes around systematically taking out the Fire Nation. I don't think it was just, oh, I'm pro Water Tribe. No, I think it was, these are the people who have come here and have harmed my great love, my timeless. These are the people who have thrown the world out of balance. And it wasn't just a matter of, oh, I'm the water spirit, so I'm only going to protect Water Nation people. But it was truly a matter of who has caused the harm here, and how do we bring the world back into balance. And this was my first watch through where I really had people have had that debate, it's a tired, constant debate within the community of, oh, at the end when Aang is debating whether or not to kill Ozai, what are his alternatives, and people like to always bring up, well, how many people did he kill in the Avatar state? But I think it's important to remember the Avatar state isn't purely Aang. The Avatar state is all of the past avatars, and in this case, water spirit. I think a lot of the motivations, I think Aang was in such an emotionally heightened place that rational decision making, or really any concrete decision making processes were not being taken into account. We're not factoring in. It was a pure, raw, instinctual like overload where the water spirit was able to take control in a way. So I do think a lot of that wasn't really Aang's choice of, yes, I'm going to kill these people. This was a spirit shenanigan overtaking. Like this was the water spirit. I don't want to even say throwing its weight around, but being overtaken by grief and attempting to rectify the situation the way that I think that there's something to be said about the way the way catastrophes at sea happen, and the sheer overwhelming might of an ocean. For example, you see it in communities that are afflicted with a tsunami, or things of that nature, or just these giant, massive tidal waves, ships crushed at sea from these massive waves, from these massive forces, and just the sheer vastness and the sheer scope of what the ocean is and all that inhabit it. I think you see that all-encompassing might in this moment, but it's not indiscriminate. It's not blanketed rage. It is so hurtful, so painful in that moment, but it still knows there are friend and there are foe here, and it knows where to draw that line. And then when you see and come out of it, and yeah, we've seen every time he's the Avatar state, which is so far and from majority is triggered by such intense emotions, such as grief, such as loss, such as pain. Those triggering emotions tend to be what spark him into the Avatar state, and it's not a powerful high. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you drink coffee and you're feeling, wow, I feel so energized. Not, but it's not this moment of I'm so power, I can do anything, and I feel so great. It's not that high. It's that moment of I am feeling so much pain and grief that I have to do something. It is that impetus of I can't stand still. and I can't stand in this emotion and be still in it and let it pass without doing something. It is that such intense emotion that it spurs you to action. And I think that is a really good way to articulate what the avatar state is in a lot of its manifestations. However, later on, when Aang learns to control his chakras and he can enter that avatar state a little bit more control and more fluidity, you see that manifested in the way that he is able to emotionally regulate himself. But for now, so often it's just high intense emotion, high intense pain, loss, and grief and fear, and the pain of fear, of loss. So when he comes out of it, you see that exhaustion, yes, from channeling that much energy, but I think it's also the exhaustion of bearing that much grief, of bearing that much, the weight of those emotions. I don't know about you, but when I have a big long cry, or when I am dealing with a whole slurry of intense emotions, I'm exhausted afterwards. When I come down from an anxiety attack, or sometimes I don't even realize that I've had one, I've just had a very stressful, high anxiety day. And when finally, like, there's a moment of like, okay, take a seat, take a breath, calm down, all of a sudden it hits me like a truck and I'm exhausted. I am floored by that exhaustion. I'm ready to take a nap for the next week. And I think you see that on his face very clearly as he emerges. It's not just physical exhaustion, but it's mental, emotional, spiritual exhaustion. And where do we go from here, that moment? So I think it is really beautiful. We have kind of the gang reconnecting. They've all experienced various pain and loss and grief in this situation, similar and yet distinct in their own ways. Sokka with Yue, Katara with, I mean, the moon spirit in general, as a water bender, she's gonna feel that even more strongly than I would say Sokka does. Sokka's is very much tied up in who Yue was to him. But I think Katara, she knew Yue, but I think she also water bender, that hit, that element of who you are, not element, but that factor in who you are missing, and how that wrongness and how pervasive that wrong felt. And then of course Aang, with all of that we've just mentioned, or that I've just mentioned, with the water spirit, with the spirit world, with everything riding on his shoulders, and that helplessness of, I'm just one kid, how can I'm and yet he tried so hard and looked for every possibility of a happy ending. And even though everyone was trying their damnedest, things still fell short, to the point where Yue was forced to sacrifice herself to become. And that feeling of, no matter how hard we try, we aren't entitled to a full scale triumph. We cannot prevail on every single front. I just think Avatar does a really good job of grounding us in moments. That there can be great moments of victory, and they don't need to be pure victory. Like, you can have a moment of glorious triumph and it still be undercut by moments of grief, by moments of sadness for the people you couldn't save, even if you saved the majority. I just think Avatar does a really good job of showing us time and again, things are not black and white. The world is myriad shades of gray. It always has been, it always will be, and things are never that simple as a black and white scenario. When you win, it's not always all of good prevails because we're the good guys. Sometimes things fall short, and sometimes there are painful truths that, despite all the efforts, despite all of the attempts to make it right, are not always going to end up in a perfect little bow on at the end. So I think that was just really powerful, and I think others have touched on it, but like the silence of the water spirit. I don't want to say rampage because that makes it sound too messy, but that silence, it speaks volumes. It really lets the audience feel the gravity of what's going on here, and that like humbling little. I won't even attempt to do it, I'm too raspy, but like that very spiritual kind of a vibe while it's going on. And that you see the waterbenders have that moment of, even if perhaps they themselves weren't necessarily like steadfast just or what have you, but they see something of this magnitude, something clearly of the spirit world of this scale, and they know better than to question it. They just know this is the moment to fall in line. This is do not enrage the already grieving spirit further. They know that, like, this is pay the deference. But the firebenders who have that moment of pause, who have that moment of like, oh well, clearly water spirit of some kind enemy, and they get the immediate, swift, and decisive retribution on that. I mentioned it earlier, but Zuko's moment of reaching out to Zhao as the grabs him. And as I said, I think that that's a really profound moment of forgiveness from Zuko. Because again, this man has thwarted him at every turn, has bad-mouthed him, has inhibited him, and has tried to stop him from regaining his honor basically at every turn, has been his number one hurdle other than just Aang being Aang himself. And in that moment, still choosing to reach a hand out, to yearn for, like, no, I'm gonna save you, even though you're my enemy, even though you have been the biggest thorn in my side. I think that that's a really powerful moment for Zuko. And is it growth? Is it just Fire Nation loyalty? Like, oh, is it just a reassertion of I am still the Prince of the Fire Nation and he is my subject? Who's to say? I think there's a lot of open for interpretation there, but I do find it just very profound and very powerful from Zuko that this angry kid that we met at the beginning of the series, that he has the willingness in him to save the one who had even tried to kill him just, a day prior. And then, as we talked about before, all the myriad reasons of why did Zhao pull his hand back, and all of the ones that everyone listed and that I mentioned earlier. Really interesting, and I love that about Avatar, is that even with so many different fleshed out things, it leaves stuff open for interpretation because of how dynamic the characters are, because of how well-rounded and the side characters are. There's so much to discuss, so much to analyze and delve through, and it's a great piece of media. I just love Avatar. I love that Aang, when he first wakes up, is like, yeah, hello to you too, but it's not instant bending, instant I'm gonna get out of here. There's very much let me see what's going on. There's a moment of assess the situation. I also love that Aang is not instantly antagonistic. There's a little bit of sass, a little bit of snideness, which, I mean, somebody kidnaps me, I think that's kind of goes without saying that I'm going to be a bit perturbed that somebody has kidnapped me.
Oh, you're talking
but I just love that
with Zuko, right?
Exactly, when he's returned from the spirit world and he go. I love that our big-hearted boy Aang. And this is not the first time that it's been him and Zuko together. But I love that Aang, even when it keeps happening, he still has that moment of, well, let me see what he does first before I react. He still has that willingness to forgive that. And I don't know, I just think it speaks volumes to Aang's generosity of his heart. Like, he's still willing to feel things out. He believes the best in people and that people are capable of being better than what they have been. And I think that forgiveness and that generosity and spirit is part of why he is able to gain the momentum that he does. We've talked about Aang's optimism and how he's come to the world without war and how that colors his idealism in that specific way. But I also think that there's something to be said for Aang's generosity of spirit and his willingness to forgive, his willingness to extend an olive branch or to give second chance. And I think that that's also a really powerful message, especially in a protagonist. And as somebody with so much riding on his shoulders, so much hero complex structured around him, that for Aang to still be that innocent child in that way, that to have that, I wouldn't even call it naivete, but just to have that humility and that willingness to look past the wrongs and to hope for a better world. Because it is an active choice at that point. When you've been faced with so much destruction and pain and disaster, to still choose to say, well, what if they can do better? I think that is a choice, and I do think that denotes strength of spirit that not everybody is capable of. I don't think that it's inherently a weakness as it's painted in media, of, oh, well, you're so merciful, you must be weak, or you're too soft-hearted. I think there is something to be said for, to know what extreme pain. Sorry, I'm not being very articulate. To know what intense pain is, to know what that deep, horrible, horrific pain feels like, and to still wear your heart on your sleeve and to still keep your heart open in spite of knowing how badly things can hurt. I think that that's some of the highest level of courage that we can experience in this world. Sorry, got off my. I'll get off my soapbox. But I just
What do you
find that
think we
really,
pay
really
you for?
powerful.
We pay you to be on this soapbox.
Wait, y'all pay me?
With compliments.
Thank you. That's my favorite currency. But yeah, I do think the moment of, to circle back to that theme of grief, that moment with Sokka and is it Arnuk? What's his name? The leader of the Northern Water Tribe?
Arnuk, yeah.
Arnuk, yeah. That moment of, I knew this was coming. I had this prophetic dream, and I always, like, that was, I think, part of, not to justify overprotective parents, but I think that is part of why Yue was so sheltered and sheltered is the best word. Just a gilded lily, kind of in her ivory tower, like very protected, very duty and stay in the palace. And I think that was part of it, is because he knew that there would be a time when he would lose her, probably much too soon. And to have that moment of Sokka being, you must be so proud of her, and Arnuk to be like, yes, so proud and sad, and you can be both. And I think Avatar does a really great job of showing us how multiple emotions, who may even be diametrically opposed, but how multiple emotions can take the same space, can stand on the same stage at the same time. You can have deep-seated and deep-rooted pain and grief and sorrow, and also rage and defiance and anger. You can feel immensely proud and fulfilled and inspired, and still feel deeply sad and wounded and be grieving. I think, I don't know, I think it's much more telling of the true human condition and the true human experience. We don't reduce things to being black and white. We aren't reductive of what it means to be human and say, oh, well, if you felt this way, then you couldn't feel this way. And I mean, people say that with Azula all the time. Oh, well, you can do bad things and still be a good person. You can do bad things and hurt others and be hurting yourself. So I just think Avatar does a really lovely and beautiful job of showing us nuance of emotion and all of the nuance of the human experience, and all of the different ways that those emotions can mingle and get messy and manifest throughout different experiences and in different ways. And I just think that's really profound and really powerful. And rambling, but thank you so much.
Well, it's powerful. Apparently, according to Cade, it's making Lucia cry right now. Your words are being very moving.
Oh, my love. My love. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I feel like I probably had more to say, but I'm out of brain. I'm gonna wrap it up there.
I mean, if it gets the Lucia tears of approval, it must be a good way to wrap up things. I will say, part of me is just like, can we go for 8 more minutes? Because if we do that, we break 5 hours for this stream, our longest one yet.
I mean, I can talk. That's never been an issue.
I was about to say, does your brain have more brain juice?
Yeah, give me something to talk about. Voice one thing.
Are we just in the free period now?
Well, it can be even a question circling back to the episode.
Yeah.
Just give me one tiny little thing to spring off of.
Here's something to springboard off of, but it's probably not what you're thinking of, which is that the fact that
much
you
more
guys,
brain juice do you need?
Oh, what?
She's like my number one supplier of brain juice. She's my plug, y'all.
I want to correct the record. I am not crying. I'm tearing up because I love the sound of Pow's voice and how smart she is and how well she articulates emotional, abstract concepts that are difficult to put down into words, okay? And I may be a little bit on my medication right now, but I'm going to say this. You need 5 minutes of talking about the finale of Avatar The Last Airbender. Let me say one last thing about this then. And that is that the fact that we are all here still talking about a show from 2005. I mean, 8 at the latest, 7, whenever it ended.
It ended in 2008.
Yeah, at the latest. we're all still talking about it, still fighting about it, still posting metas about it, arguing on Reddit about it, going on Tumblr to freaking yell at each other for being problematic about it. They're making videos on YouTube about it. And that they're not just I like this thing. They're in depth and they're about difficult questions like can we forgive people? Can we redeem people? What is good? What is evil? This show succeeded on a metric I don't think they ever thought it was going to when they were making it. And I think that's the most incredible part. They didn't set out to make this, they just set out to tell a story, to make a show. But they went about it so sincerely. Such expert craftsmen, just sincerely doing their craft. Look what they've made. And I think that this franchise has never lived up to that again because everything since has had a certain level of insecurity that it has to meet that metric or even surpass it. And I think that the only hope that these new movies have of getting anywhere near to the original's incredible, long lasting legacy is to go about it sincerely. Stop trying to be the last airbender. Stop trying to be better than the last airbender. Don't worry. Just tell a really good story, a human story. Ask those questions. Take a strong stance. Korra's biggest problem is it's wishy-washy. Or the villains are right, but they're going too far. So back to the status quo. Nah, dude. Don't be wishy-washy. Make your statement. Ask your questions. Tell a good story with human characters. If they stop worrying about living up to the pedigree of Avatar The Last Airbender or correcting the problematic mistakes it had in the past or whatever the hell it's about now, and they just focus on what they set out to do originally, this movie could be one of the best animated movies of all time. I don't think this was going to happen because I'm cynical, but on the chance I'm wrong, I think that's all we really need. But even if it fails, I'm just happy that I get to work on this project with such incredible, sincere, and talented craftsmen as all of you guys on this project. That alone makes me happy for the Renaissance. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe you don't need Avatar Studios or Netflix to make good content. Just make it yourself, man. Fanfic writers, fan artists, they're the ones in the trenches, man. I have mad respect for them. Fan filmmakers.
The real Avatar content was the friends we made along the way.
I'm 100% serious. It's the truth of it. Yeah, Legend of Genji, man. Dude, like, not all of them are going to be bangers, but do it anyway. I mean, Haru isn't going to be Sokka or Zuko, but he played his part too, right? That's what I think Avatar really makes me think. Is like when I see the long-lasting impact it's had on a generation and a couple generations after because of its legacy, I think that's where its real power lies. And I don't think anything else that's come out of the franchise has had that same hold. But I think that if everyone has the potential, it's the people that learned from it. So I want to see what the people spawned from the forge of Avatar, so to speak, what they make. And what messages they're going to put into their content, what that's going to say. That's what I'm really excited about. So don't be sad if the movies aren't good. I hope they're good. I hope they're great. But don't be sad if they're not, because this right here is what really matters. And it's not just book 4. It's all of you guys. People listening. Whatever your hobby is, whatever your art.
Like you. Thank you.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
100% serious.
If I can piggyback off of that, Lucia's always giving me brain juice. Always. Always.
I am the Yoda on your back, Luke. Go for it.
I would say that is the crux of art, is to tell a truth, to provide a catharsis of human experience. And so what is art without a human truth, without earnestness, without genuinity? I don't know if that's a sincerity. I think so often we get caught up on what the product is going to be, when art is not really meant to be a product. It's meant to be an expression. If your heart is not in it, if there is no truth being told, even if it's an ugly truth, even if it's a commentary on society, that is still a truth. That is still an observation that from the soul, which is why AI the different ways that AI is trying to take over the artistic sphere, why it falls short and why it falls flat and why it always rings hollow. There is no human soul in there. And so artwork does not need to be beautiful. Artwork does not need to be clean and neat and pretty. Art is meant to be a truth. Ugly and messy and heart-wrenching or inspiring or whatever it is. All of the myriad, infinite facets of human emotion, human expression, the human experience, if it can denote even an ounce of that, that is art. If it can reflect one facet, one little ray of it, that is art. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be neat. It doesn't have to be complex. You look at a painting, or you look at a poem, or you read a comic, or whatever it is, and it makes you feel something. That is art.
Even if it makes you feel
people always.
Even if it makes you feel this sucks or it makes you angry, at
Yeah.
least you feel something. It doesn't always have to be positive. It doesn't always have to be, oh my God, this is the greatest work of art ever. Even if it makes you feel pissed off, like it made you feel something.
Some of the earliest examples of Western theater are the Greek tragedies. And they are so iconic, and why we put them as such an example of theater. It's because they provided catharsis. The chorus was meant to embody what the audience was feeling. The way that it was a group wailing and lamenting or calling out in anguish or whatever it was, meant to represent the feelings of the masses, the profound heartache of losing loved ones or at sea, in conflict, all of those things. And that is why that's actually where we get the word catharsis, is from the ancient Greek. And so art doesn't need to be pretty. It doesn't need to be perfect. Art needs to be true, needs to make you feel something, needs to express a human truth, a human experience. And trust me, plenty of humanity is ugly, is mean, is terrible and cursed and torturous. It's likewise beautiful and complex and inspiring and uplifting. We have an infinite spectrum on either end, one way or the other. And I think that's the true beauty of art, is the potential, that there are no limits to it. The limit is only what humans experience, which we've shown time and again. We experience an infinite number of things and an infinite number of, and often simultaneously. So I think that it's important to remember that it's the truth of human expression, not the details, or not where are the lines exactly pretty, where are we coloring in, where is this neat and perfect. No, humans are messy, inherently so. I think we revel in our flaws, and we find the beauty in that, in the messy human experience.
I think with that, we've reached 5 hours.
Do we have a soundboard with the, the little like? That's not the right soundboard.
We did it. Well,
wait.
I don't
there
think
we go.
need a perfect
That's
ending.
the right one.
The ending can be messy. It's fine. We're messy humans.
There you go.
So I think with that, I want to say I love you guys. And I don't know when we're going to do this next one. I don't know. We'll wait for Netflix to make something, in which case it might be a couple years, or whether we'll just decide to jump into book 2. But whenever we do this again, I love you.
I was going to say, there's only one thing that remains, which is we've got people that clearly like what we speak about. So some people suggested us maybe doing, just a chill stream where we talk about fan theories and stuff like that. Because we're probably not going to do a book 2 watch along for a bit, considering we did do this in response to Netflixing specifically. But
I have so many stories I can tell from behind the scenes of Avatar's production. I have so many stories I could tell about what happened with the Shyamalan film. I have so many stories I could tell about Legend of Korra. Like, guys, I have all the tea. Like, if you have questions about Avatar, I have a lot of answers. So maybe I should just do
He does.
We definitely need to do another, probably a Q&A style stream or something like that. But I think that's where we go next. The book 1 watch through has completed, but you will see us around. We'll be back by popular demand.
Woo!
Yeah.
And also, I want to all of you guys sticking with us on Wars Long. Thank you.
And I want to shout out the real MVP, Aaron Ehas, because one time I was arguing with someone about something on Twitter about Avatar, and the freaking head writer of Avatar jumped in to defend me. So, real MVP.
He did. I saw that.
Yeah, dude, and then they
Ooh.
started arguing with him and telling him he was wrong, and that was hilarious. But anyway, he's the
That was
real.
wild.
Thank you for jumping in to tell them technically I'm correct. Anyway, what I'm saying is I got you guys. If someone's got their lore wrong, I got you.
He really does.
I'm going to bed. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
Alrighty then.
Good night, my love.
Good night, you guys.
Get some rest, dear.
Alrighty then. And with that being said, I believe that marks the end of our book one watch along.
Darn, that's the end.
React along.
Sorry, a little Schoolhouse reference.
I got it.
What a cliffhanger.
I want to say I love you all to everyone who has joined on any of the streams, especially stick around to the bitter end with us right now. Love you, Tiffany. Love you, Escanor. Love you, all you cool cats in the chat. All you cool cats who are watching but maybe not commenting. Thank you so much, and all of your support means the world. We literally would not be here without it. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart and from the rest of the team.
Yeah. Thank you also, Multipower. Yeah, and everyone.
Yes, Multipower. I've seen you. You're a real one in the trenches with us.
Yeah. Alrighty then. And the people then said, good night, everybody.
Good night, JV. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.